we've got, excuse me, I've got a, I'm going to have to get some water. Sorry, something made me choke. Just, I don't know what it was. I've got apologies this morning for lateness from our councillors Major and Daniels, and I've got an absence apology from Councillor Kewen, and I've got a lateness from Councillor McDonald. So can we add in Kewen for absence? And James Goff is joining us by Zoom, as we can see, and it'll be moved by Tim and seconded by Sarah, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried, and we'll move on to the carrying on of the submission. So I'd like to invite Victoria Andrews to come forward. Now, you've got an individual submission, then a Akaroa Civic Trust submission, and then Mike Norris. So do you want to run them all together? And yeah, absolutely fine by me. Great.
And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of addressing my submission today. And I'd like to introduce Mike Norris, who's the chairman of the Akaroa Civic Trust. And our submissions do merge and overlap a lot, so I'll start off. I support the representation of Banks Peninsula in the review, and I would like to address various points regarding peninsula boundaries, wards, and representation in greater detail. But first, I'd like to take you on a walk down memory lane. In 2000, 63% of Christchurch residents voted against amalgamation with Banks Peninsula. So a second attempt was made by a group of Littleton businessmen joined by a former mayor of Akaroa. They launched a plan to abolish Banks Peninsula District Council, and Christchurch residents had no say in the matter, so the abolition was successful in 2006. Two distinctly different districts merged, joined at the hip in an arranged marriage. Christchurch gained control over what it considered to be its rural playground and backyard without understanding the needs, aspirations, and difficulties that isolated rural communities experience on a daily basis. Christchurch took over, and after the MOU expired, the top-heavy bureaucracy applied its standard one-size-fits-all policy on Banks Peninsula on the ward. Christchurch had no idea about the condition of the peninsula's infrastructure and lack of maintenance, nor did it understand how few resources are readily available to remote communities. Akaroa has no shopping mall and very few gathering places. We are fortunate to have a petrol station and a local foursquare. The BNZ closes on May 28th, and the nearest bank is a 90-minute drive into the city, which costs about $30 to $40 or more in petrol. And our part-time dentist is not available due to health problems, so we now have no dentist. The Local Government Commission stated in 2005 in the abolition decision that it was satisfied the merger would, quote, promote good local government, end quote. In legislation, promote means to advance, help forward, enhance, or improve. The Commission felt the Council had appropriate expertise to address the concerns of ratepayers. Akaroa residents have raised questions and challenged Council policies that were created for an urban metropolitan area from being imposed on rural communities, resulting in some of us being viewed as being ungrateful. Having said that, I would like to acknowledge the Council's purchase of the Red House property because it is a nationally significant site in the context of the Takapunaki Historic Reserve. So I'd like to say thank you to all of you. Our representation has declined within the council structure, and if the ward were merged with another, it would be reduced even further. The Holswell Residents Association representative on Monday expressed concern about the peninsula's receiving special treatment. He said that contractors provide public transport, and for your information, the cost of a shuttle is around $50, and the timetable is designed for tourists with scenic stops along the way. The shuttle departs Akaroa at 4 p.m. and returns the next day, which requires staying overnight in Christchurch. I do not regard this as being public transport. For diverse communities of interest, areas such as Cashmere, Ferrymead, Linwood, and Maryville are not isolated because they are suburbs within Christchurch. Isolated communities on the peninsula means that we often have to rely on an active spring, as we do, for drinking water. Communities in Christchurch do not have to contend with dead possums contaminating their water supply, nor do they have to drive 75 kilometers to buy a pair of work boots, go to the dentist, bank, or hospital. City suburbs do not experience power outages on a regular basis that can last 5 hours. Isolated communities and ratepayers on the peninsula must drive 90 minutes to 2 hours to make a dash to the airport or Christchurch Hospital, provided, that is, that Highway 75 is not closed to bad weather, which sometimes stops the Westpac helicopter from reaching Akaroa to pick up emergency patients. Welcome to our world. This is what it takes to live in an isolated community of interest. If the city does not understand the basic elements of life in isolated peninsula communities after 16 years, then there is a serious representation and communication problem in my view. Peninsula ratepayers enjoy access to large supermarkets, dentists, banks, and an excellent library and a fully functioning service center in Holswell. But the similarities between the two wards stops right there. The following is an example of peninsula representation. The decision to close the Akaroa Service Center excluded the Banks Peninsula Community Board, nor were the board told that the closure was part of the LTP process. The draft LTP revealed plans to remove the citizens' desk at the end of the 6-month trial period, terminating all face-to-face service. Details of the action were not made available in community board agendas, which instead provided carefully crafted reports containing limited information. Topics such as this that impact the community in a very strong manner would be lost in the shuffle if Banks Peninsula merged into Holswell with one combined councillor and perhaps 2 community board members. The ability of isolated communities to be effectively heard would amount to 0 due to the distance involved, the cost of travel, and having to compete with 23,000 or more ratepayers and projects taking place in a city ward. Representation of Banks Peninsula should have noted the fact that Akaroa suffered from COVID-19 pandemic due to the loss of international tourism. Farmers face hardship because of drought conditions. However, instead of continuing the targeted rate, Peninsula ratepayers are now expected to pay for urban stormwater drainage and flood protection and control, which unnecessarily will tax rural property owners. Akaroa's drinking water became contaminated because of slack management and oversight. But instead of providing governance and assistance to the peninsula residents, the council is set to increase funding for Christchurch, New Zealand, in a bid to attract employers to the city. There's nothing, not even a mention of Banks Peninsula. The peninsula gets higher rates overall to maintain the deteriorating status quo, and the council increases financial support to Christchurch, New Zealand in the hope of securing more industry and jobs in the city. The peninsula has a committed community
Victoria, I don't want to interrupt, but it would be really helpful, because this is a statutory process, representation review. It's better to focus on, I mean, all of the reasons that you've set out, that you've been going through. You're straying into the LTP process, which we're
I'm
heading
aware
into.
of that, but these are examples of representation. And if I may say, the community board is very committed. They work very hard.
Yeah.
But with regard to representation, we don't have Zoom in Akaroa. I'm talking about representation of me as a ratepayer being able to communicate with a community board. Nor is it available in Little River. So it makes it very difficult for us. And in terms of representation, again, for our community of interest, for our isolated community of interest, in the council's 45-page library schedule of events, there's not one mention of Banks Peninsula. So I think the fair and equal representation of the Peninsula Ward, the topic that I'm discussing right now, really requires good governance. Otherwise, it's meaningless. So basically, I'd like to thank you for supporting the current structure of the Peninsula Ward, but the low remuneration paid to the community board representatives, instigated by the Remuneration Authority, does not recognize the time and effort needed to effectively represent Peninsula ratepayers. As discussed on Monday, the low pay, which amounts to about $780 per month, makes it virtually impossible for anyone to stand for the community board because it has become largely a volunteer effort. And I know that is not your decision. That was the local government commission. But that's one of the reasons you have low turnouts for people wanting to stand.
Yeah, it's a representation authority, and we're not allowed to take
I'm supporting
take it
you.
into account. Yeah,
I'm supporting you. But when you asked on Monday about why more people don't stand for the Peninsula Community Board, that's the reason. And it's not your jurisdiction, I know that. So thank you.
So, do you want to carry on with the?
I'll turn it over to Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might take questions at the end if that's
Yes,
possible.
that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, councillors, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Mary. Yes, thank you very much for giving us quite a generous amount of time to support the Peninsula in the representation review. I'm sure these hearings are not the most scintillating things that you as councillors have to do, and I'm pleased to say I spend quite a bit of time here complaining about things the council is doing or not doing, but today I'm here refreshingly to show some gratitude on behalf of Banks Peninsula for the fact that we do belong to Christchurch City Council. There's quite a lot of council bashing going on at the moment, and people talk of joining Selwyn, which of course is a ridiculous concept. So I believe that we're really concerned with the ominous tone of the last local government commission review, where it appeared that our representation of having one councillor and 2 community board members would be transitional, because surely the marriage has taken place, the honeymoon's over, and we can now get down to married life together. And I thought that that was rather ominous, that you need our support, I believe, to explain to the local government commission why we are a very unique, if that's not bad grammar, community, and that despite our low population, we should have the representation as a minimum that we have at the moment, because it works quite well having 2 community board members and a sitting councillor who happens to be deputy mayor. I'll go on to that in a moment. I think the danger of disenfranchisement and decentralisation has got many examples I was going to share with you. Lion Breweries bought Monteith's on the west coast and decided it would be a rational decision to move production to Auckland. The west coasters rebelled, and Monteith's beer sales fell until they reversed that decision. John Carter, the mayor of Northland, pointed out that with the closure of banks, Koe, Paihia and Russell do not have a bank. Therefore, residents and business people there have to travel an hour and a half to Kerikeri every day to do their banking. He has implemented a campaign with all the banks to get better representation in those centres. So the same thing applies to Banks Peninsula. We have to fight hard. A good example, in the last national election, the National Party put up a candidate who was inexperienced with Peninsula matters and, as far as I could tell, didn't take the trouble to fight.
Can we please stick to the council
Right.
rather than central
You don't want examples?
politics? Yeah.
All right. I said in my last submission 2 weeks ago that Jeff Carter, the retiring service centre council manager, was the local face. And I believe that was true. We don't have one now. Now, Councillor James Daniels suggested the other day that we might like to be merged with Hallsville. And Victoria's explained why there's a big difference between Hallsville and the Peninsula. We have our own school buses, post office boxes, rural delivery, our own fire brigade. We're not a suburb with a sprawling shopping mall and a gigantic new lovely library. So, James, I'm sorry you're not here, because I was going to say I hope this is not your valedictory action on behalf of the council.
All councillors that are absent do agree that they will watch the playback. So
All right.
you can wave at the camera.
Well, I think, James, you did such a good job in supporting the purchase of Takapuniki. I don't want to go out on a sour note. And I also would like to thank the City Council for the support you gave us when we were single-handedly on the peninsula trying to get our health hub resurrected, and the permission to use the targeted rate levy, which has been an enormous success. It's raised downwards of 1.2 million. I say downwards because the continuing donation strategy we've got is bearing fruit. So thank you for that too. But I'm philosophically opposed to centralisation. That's why I brought those examples up that you wouldn't let me go on with, Leanne. And I believe that that is at the core of this. That's why I think Christchurch, New Zealand, is not the right body to be pushing the destination management strategy to represent the peninsula. I think we deserve our own, and I've mentioned this to you both, Andrew and Victor and Leanne. Peninsula people could be on that committee that makes decisions about promoting tourism. The current situation with 2 community board reps and 1 councillor at least gives us good representation, and we must not lose that. I would go mad if I didn't have access to Andrew Turner through the community board to get things done when we've got issues. If it was all left to Hereford Street here and we dial up an 0800 number or have a Zoom, it would not have the same facility, and it would end up with a further feeling of disenfranchisement. So I'd just like to conclude by reading a submission which I found very apt. Dear Council, as a resident of Akara, I would like to forcefully put forward that our community vitally needs the representation we have with the Christchurch City Council. We have a community board and a councillor, and we could not function well as a community with any less. Akara is the oldest town in the South Island and has always had some unique aspects, not only landscape. It is a special community which is very active in fighting its own corner and solving its own problems. We are now a serious tourist destination, and the council has expected its residents to accept and look after thousands of cruise ship tourists, let alone the many thousands who visit by road. This puts a great strain on a small community, and without our council representatives, we'd not be able to deal with the issues that arise from the town being host to so many visitors or able to service their needs. We are not a suburb of Christchurch, but still very much a rural community with our own identity. With the connections of the French being early colonisers in Akara, we have always had French names and attributes to our streets, businesses, etc. We also have Maori names and many connections, so I feel it's important that we're able to accommodate all 3, English, Maori and French. Nowhere else in New Zealand has all these 3 connections. It's important that any changes are discussed with the whole community. We are a community of unique landscapes, artistic and talented people, a farming community, tourist destination, expanding wildlife, all the attributes that a modern New Zealand strives to achieve. We already have much here. We must continue to have representation so that we can move forward to make our peninsula an even more wonderful place to live in the future and for you all to visit. That was from my wife, Patricia Dart.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Sarah, we've got 1 minute for questions. So, Sarah.
Thanks so much. I know there's a little contradiction, and there's a couple of things where you've said that the current representation works quite well. You've had it for 16 years. Don't fix it if it's not broken, kind of thing. And yet at the same time, you're saying the city doesn't understand Banks Peninsula. We're not getting what we need. All of that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if it would be better for you to have more representation by having, for example, 3 councillors, including some urban area and Banks Peninsula, all responsible for the area. And that way you would have greater buy-in around the council table for those kind of things.
Shall I do? Well, I think that's a good suggestion, except that we've got total focus with the existing arrangement of 1 councillor. And if we're sharing a councillor who's got other responsibilities for other wards, I'm worried that focus would be
But
lost.
if there were 3 councillors, for example, so if you had a more like the old system.
If I could answer, the distance is too great. All you have to do is ask Andrew Turner how many miles he puts on his vehicle. It's a long ways
They
to
would
go.
they would be able to share that between 3 and have responsibility.
But I don't know if they'd be fully informed to the same degree. Having 1 focused counselor is a great benefit. I'd take 2 if we could get another one.
Yeah.
But I don't see it working spread amongst the city. What I was trying to explain in my submission, representation requires good governance, which is perhaps what
Yeah, I'm
you're
just saying that you keep saying that we don't understand you enough, and I'm wondering if it's just because there's not enough councillors involved over there.
No, I think it's because there was a question on Monday about isolated communities, and I think it was from the Holswell representative from the association, who assumed that there were many isolated communities within Christchurch,
There are.
very diverse communities.
Yeah, there
That's
are.
not the same as having to drive 2 hours in a snowstorm to get to the hospital when someone's dying, which I have done in the middle of August. That is an isolated community. I wouldn't regard the situation in Christchurch as being isolated.
Look, thank you very much, and thank you both for taking the time to come over and presenting in person. The process is that we consider this, we notify a final version. If there are appeals, then those that appeal are able to submit on it. So I think those who have
It's submitted,
submitted are able to speak to the appeals. So it may be that it may be that further work isn't required. But if you are going to go in front of the Local Government Commission, you've got to really focus on those issues relating to isolation. That they are the key to the fair and equitable representation under the legislation. So that's the only bit of supportive advice that I'm going to give you in terms of the next stage. But thank you very much for coming over and making your submissions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Simons, Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association.
Thank you very much. Just as well you're running 5 minutes late, because I was late as well. So
Oh, God.
I won't keep you very long. My name's Tony Simons. I'm chair of the Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association, which is a relatively small residents association representing people north of Riccarton Road and south of Manchester Street West, the railway line to the east, and Riccarton Bush to the west. It's a residential area primarily, which is over a long period of time been threatened by industrial development, and I think that's possibly one of the reasons the association was formed in the first place. In this review, my reading of the map suggests that Manchester Street West between Straven Road and the railway line, which is currently part of our community, is the boundary is going to run through the middle of that street, so that residents on the northern side of Mount Street West will be not part of, may not be part of our ward, or would not be part of our ward. I suppose it depends on how I read the map. Really, my submission is just to respectfully request that the ward includes residents of Mount Street West, regardless of whether they're on the north side or the south side. And the reason for that is clearly that those residents share a clear community of interest, and that's evidenced by the fact that we have around about 10 or 12% of our financial members from Mount Street West, and half of those are from the north side and half are from the south side. At the same time, there's a cycleway which runs from the city through to the university, and that runs right through that part of Mount Street West. So the cycleway is, if you like, has been a focus of discussion over many years, and I think that that in itself is a unifying factor for residents on both sides of the street. So yeah, I'm just asking for clarification around the map, and I'd like it made clear that the Riccarton ward should include Mount Street West residents regardless of whether they live on the north or the south side of that street.
Are there any questions? It's a pretty clear-cut submission.
Could we just point out that a lot of the time the boundaries run down the middle of roads just because that's where the mesh blocks go. So maybe getting an explanation over some of it would be useful.
Yeah, can I just say I understand why that would be. It's convenient. A road is a convenient boundary point, but I don't think that looks adequately at the people who live on the road, right?
Agree. And whichever road you do it on, it's going to be the same point for that community. It's really tough. And
yeah, but there are roads and there are roads, and I mean we all know Mount Street West because it's my favourite cycleway. So it's, but it will depend on whether the mesh block. It's the mesh block, and I know that it sounds like a line on a map, but we have to count population because this is a 10 plus 10 minus requirement of the Act. So it's not ideal, but we can look at that one. I
appreciate that, and
I can't find the staff advice on it, so I'm just
okay. Well, thank you for listening, and I hope you come to the right decision.
Thank you very much, and thank you for making the effort to come in and explain. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
David Duffy, Richmond Residents and Business Association.
It's Greg Partridge. David's not able to be here.
Sorry?
The ring in.
David can't be here. So
no,
you are
sorry,
not David Duffy.
Yeah, Greg Partridge. Known to many of you.
Yes.
So this is going to basically be brief. I know I've got 10 minutes, so that allows plenty of time for questions. We'd basically like to, in Richmond, be in one board rather than two. We've sat on two boards for a long time. We've sat on two central government electorate wards as well, so we're basically split four ways. We feel that there are some pros and cons in being split between two, that you can apply for funding on both and get some money out of both pots, but ideally we feel that we're not actually getting, we kind of left that the other teams thinking, it's been looked after by Papanui Innes, the other teams think it's looked after by Central Linwood Heathcote, and we'd basically like to just be in one team so we can actually work with you and actually get the best result for our neighbourhood. At the moment, the way the ward is being, our area is being looked at, being split up. We've got our president living in what's going to be Burwood, and the rest of us are living in either South Richmond or North Richmond. There's two members of the committee that actually live in South Richmond. The rest of us live in North Richmond. The RRBA is getting a hell of a lot of work done in North Richmond, so that's the Papanui Innes ward. But we're actually based in South Richmond, so the Linwood Heathcote Central ward. We'd like to be in one block. And if I can just reference BB Frail's submission that she did, hopefully you can hear this.
But in writing our submission, our board talked about the frustration of organising our ward boundaries using mesh blocks as this is often at odds with the goal of providing effective representation for communities of interest. It cuts our communities up in weird ways that doesn't feel right to our communities. And I do understand that there's numbers, but the numbers are also people, and moving people around in blocks isn't necessarily the best way to achieve that goal. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a statistician. I don't have the numbers in front of me to understand the complexity of the decisions that were made. I just know what I experience, which is that I often work with people who sit across 2 or 3 boards. They're working in communities that sit across 2 or 3 boards, and that is difficult for them to adequately represent the communities that they work in.
Now, just for the sake of clarity and full disclosure, BB hasn't been asked if we can actually use that, but we feel that that is very much how we feel as a community. And Sarah, I saw you nodding. Yeah. And yeah. And Leanne, sorry. I know. I realise you're doing other stuff as well, but
I'm trying to find the staff advice on the things, and I couldn't find the page reference, so I do apologise.
yeah, that's okay. So when I came in, you were speaking about the Act. If the Act's wrong, then lobby for it to be amended, whether that's through the community doing a private member's submission, or whether it's the council actually getting behind it and actually pushing it forward. But for the sake of the communities, if something's wrong, it should be fixed. Any questions?
Yeah, Sarah.
You're right. Like, the communities are on both sides of the road. Dealing with different community boards is difficult. Not so difficult for areas where they're in different wards, but it's the same community board area. And we've had a couple of other different areas as well. Sort of Phillipstown connects with Linwood. Phillipstown's going to be together, but we're in a different ward potentially. While we've got the system that we've got from central government, are there things that council can do to try and make it easier for communities when they are split? So finding a way within our governance structures and our community governance teams to maybe wangle things a bit so that one community, you do have trade-offs. While you might be geographically in one board, they kind of go to one board and someone else somewhere goes to another, or something like that.
Yeah, but like as I said, the way that it's looking, it's going to fall at the moment. Our president is actually not going to be in our ward. She'll be in the Burwood ward.
Except that they're only electoral boundaries.
Yeah.
You know,
but because
and
we're
for the
working
day-to-day
together,
doing stuff, it doesn't really make a difference to what you do day to day. Yeah.
Putting you into 2 separate community
Community
board
boards,
areas. If
and-
you were in the same community board area, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
But
so who you go
it
to
does
should be the
matter.
one rather than 2.
But I think geographically for Richmond, because we've got the river as our eastern boundary,
Makes so
that
much
should be the
sense.
logical. I mean, and then it's the red zone, so we're not dealing with another community. It's basically Richmond ends at the river, and Banks Ave's Dudley Creek is our northern boundary. Then it runs through to North Parade, and it just makes sense
Mesh
from a
blocks are
community
really
point of view.
frustrating.
Yeah.
And no, from the government. Yeah.
And with your mesh blocks, I mean, we're a medium density zone, so we're going to be infilled with infill housing. So your mesh block argument really is a bit. The numbers will blow out,
I
and
think
so
we are taking that into account, and the advice that we've received thus far has been to allow for growth in particular ward areas. So, but you're making the point that we should take that into account in your area as well. Pauline?
Yeah, thanks. It is frustrating, I know, but you did mention that there are advantages to being in multiple community board areas as well.
yeah. But
I know
as
that
I've said, we feel like we're sitting that Papua New Guinea is thinking the job's being done by Central. Central's thinking the same thing, and we're actually. I mean, the community itself. I think you'd have to agree that the Richmond Residents Association, the community garden, is actually achieving a hell of a lot of
well,
work.
yes, nobody's disputing that, but when I go to your meetings, there's usually staff from Central, Linwood, Heathcote as well as from Papua Nui Innis, which is a good thing for you, isn't it? Because so that's kind of an upside. It's not all bad. I mean, you actually get more representation in a way.
Yeah, but the community's asking to be on the one ward.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, we're listening to that too. As you can see, we're very challenged by where we put the lines. Yeah.
Jake?
I have an actual question. So we have, you are unfortunately quite split under this new proposal. You do go from 3 to 2, which I think is a slight improvement. Would you be happier, if not ideal, to have, say, that bit of Richmond, which is really the most densely populated bit, with North Haven Road down Hills Road, if that was to come into the Burwood ward, would that kind of give you 80% or 70% of what you're after?
Again, we'd like to be in one ward. We don't care which ward, we'd like to be in one ward.
Right. So as close as we
That's
could
what we've
get to
been,
that,
I'm
would
here
be
mandated
preferred.
to say that to all of you. Yeah. We want to be in one ward, not split between two. That's clear cut, defined by
I
our
understand
community.
you're very clear on what you're saying, but what I'm trying to ascertain is...
I
if we
can't speak to that, Jake, because I need to go back to
get
the...
there, you'd be happy for us to make
You're
improvements in
agnostic
that
about
respect.
which one? You
Yes.
just want to be in one?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It's
Thank you,
crystal
Leanne.
clear. Are there any other questions for Greg?
I
Mike.
sort of get where Jake's coming from, but the most important thing is one community board area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another question then, because so what do you define as
question?
Richmond?
The existing boundary of the Avon River, Fitzgerald Avenue, Whitmore Street, up to Shirley Road,
Right.
across to North Avon Parade, and
And down
Banks
here.
Avenue through to the river, and then back down River Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's clear
Well,
too.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
submission this morning,
Cool.
Greg. You
Thanks.
could not have been clearer.
That's what I've come with the message from the community. So
That's
I
brilliant.
hope you've listened.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Mark Duff, Greater Hornby Residents Association.
Kia ora, Mayor, councillors and staff, and also John Fussell and his team for the work they've done. To my left is Ross Holstein, who is our full-time retired Research and Submissions Officer. I just quickly want to go back on the LTP for about 11 seconds. We do want to pass our condolences on to the family that lost the cyclist in Hornby last week. We've had 3 cycling deaths in the last 6 years, and we're most probably one of the areas with the smallest cycleways. So our condolences once again to that family. As an organisation, the Greater Hornby Residents Association does not want to say thank you for the opportunity to submit, but more importantly, thank you to you all for listening over the last couple of weeks to LPT submissions, development contributions, climate change, and now the representation review. What a mission, but we think what you've done it well. But the proof will be in the pudding or the plum duff. We, the GHA, strongly support the current one councillor per ward and not councillors at large. We as a Hornby ward have seen the immense benefit of having one councillor we can work with and have accountability with them. So thank you, Jimmy. It's hard enough, we think, for a councillor to fully work with one ward, its issues and its community without expecting a councillor to understand 3 wards. What happens if 3 councillors choose to not represent you and pass the baton? One councillor gives you the accountability that they are your representative. It should be noted currently that if a resident is not satisfied with their councillor and feel they're not being heard or represented, etc., they can seek engagement with one of the other councillors. Our current setup in terms of the Waipuna ward has seen this term Councillor Chu with her ethnic background, Councillor Chen with his ethnic background, and we have a talented young grandma and ex-teacher in Councillor Galloway. So we have 2 females and 1 male representing our ward. The question raised on getting more female representation is more how can we get females to stand? As stats show, the females are overachieving and being elected for the numbers standing. Females standing at the moment have a greater chance of being elected than a male. On to the ward boundaries, and our number 1 concern is the fact that the Hornby ward is proposed to lose Broomfield. Hornby and Broomfield are family and have a long-standing, strong connection. 126 on the corner, the community centre, is 400 metres from Broomfield. The primary school, 900 metres. The popular Merv's Dairy, Waikola Kitchen and Susie's Shop, 1.3 kilometres. Hornby High and the upcoming Hornby Centre, 1.5 kilometres, and the Hub Hornby, 1.8. I'm sorry, but that is our cheeky advertisement for some of our businesses in the High Broomfield area. And there's a good dog cleaning shop as well. Broomfield, if moved into the Harewood ward, will become Christchurch's forgotten community, our Bermuda Triangle, our lost tribe. We have committee members. Our Vice President lives in the Broomfield area, so once again we face the same that we just heard from Greg. We are ecstatic to see the area around Warren Park come into Hornby. Warren Park residents have long let us know they consider themselves Hornbyites, and this was expressed strongly during the Save Denton Park campaign. Warren Park is home to Hornby United AFC football and also the oldest New Zealand women's football team in New Zealand in the Hornby Women's Football AFC. Wigram is another matter. While we hear feedback from the longer established Wigram that they consider themselves Hornbyites, the areas of Wigram Skies etc. do not, and while separated by the old Hallsville by a motorway, there is a bridge. Yoldhurst has a strong affinity with Hornby as well. The Templeton, Hornby and Yoldhurst community residents groups work well together. Quarries and the Yoldhurst Hall etc. have drawn us together. Riccarton Racecourt area, we agree with our community board on this and the area to stay in Hornby. Banks Peninsula we support, and while we've heard the arguments of Zoom etc., don't underestimate the value of the face-to-face interaction with your councillor, especially one who works so hard in the area as Councillor Turner. Some submitters and speakers have spoken of Banks Peninsula being soaked up into city wards. We believe this is looking the wrong way around, and parts of the city ward could maybe go into Banks Peninsula, which would relieve the pressure valve on some wards who face losing long-established communities of interest. The use of the Maori language we support, but would like to see the meaning in the board agendas of what our board name means, like Waipuna. So every meeting we can see it and have that educational tool. Going forward, and the Mayor has spoken about the tight time restrictions around this review, but some serious thought needs to be given now and forward planning outside of the representation review on how the council will look and work in 10 or 20 years' time. From the last review, the population has already increased 8%. The next time review will see another projected 7% on top of that. It goes on and on. Is it realistic to expect a councillor to represent what could be over 30,000 people at the next review? You could increase the councillors, but when does it become too large to work as an efficient governance body? In the major cities, does the remuneration of our community board members fairly reflect the increased workloads they are going on to assist the councillors? What is the role of a councillor? What is the role of a community board member? Local government in 2021 are saying they have no job description for a councillor. Can we leave you with one thought, and to sum up our case, your Mayor? You cannot change history. Broomfield is Hornby. Hornby is Broomfield. Yoldhurst and the old Wigram are family. But the new area of Wigram is not. But they are always welcome tourists, like other Christchurch residents when we see them in our wonderful shopping centres and in the future our new pool and library facility. Thank you to the council.
That was a thoroughly enjoyable submission. I think that there is a project that government has announced, the future for local government, and I think some of your comments actually fit quite neatly into a conversation that we're all going to be having over the next few years. Obviously, Councillor Jimmy Chen.
Thank you. So, Mark, I would like to ask one question regarding to the Broomfield. What is your view regarding the Broomfield boundary? Is only cover the Arcon Street and also the Vanguard Drive, the area, small area, or is up to the south of the Yoldhurst and from east from the Race Coast Road until the Ponce Road, or from the Common Road until Gilbert Thorpe east. What is your boundary regarding Broomfield?
I'll get Ross to correct me, but I'm sure as a committee when we discussed it,
yes,
we stuck with the boundary that it is now that comes down Yoldhurst.
Yep. Yes, so bigger, there's a kind of bigger, wider the Broomfield area.
The current boundary line was what we agreed on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to.
I've got Yanni and then Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Just in point 3 of your submission, you say that you support the proposal to reduce the number of urban community boards down to 5 and have consistency. I just wondered if you had thought if you would support the board that you're currently in being disbanded and cut into 3.
Definitely not.
and if not, then why do you think that's fair to happen to another board's area?
Look, Yanni, Yanni, I've raised this with you before in terms of questions. This is the Greater Hornby Residents Association, so you've focused specifically on...
Sorry, they're supporting the reduction and the getting rid of a board
Hornby.
with three
Sorry.
wards, saying
You've
it's
come
fair and
and made a
equitable.
submission based on Hornby, and the question that you asked...
Well, can I ask why you
The
support
question you asked was,
that proposal?
do you support splitting your own community board area into the completely separate wards? And they said no, and that's the end of that question. So it's asked and answered. Sam?
Thank you both very much for coming in. I thought it was a really worthwhile presentation. So in terms of that Broomfield area, how many members would associate with your organisation in there? I'm just trying to gauge, I guess, that strong community of interest.
Are you like the 3,000 people that live in Broomfield? You're
Yeah.
saying how many would associate with Hornby?
With your residents association, yeah.
I would say, in fairness, most.
Okay.
Because when we have issues, that's when we hear. And I think as a residents association, they're putting faith in us to put forward their case. And this is why you haven't seen like the Benson Peninsula. You've seen them come through us and our Facebook page and say that they want to stick
So
with
there's
Hornby.
a very strong association with your organisation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We
Thank you.
also hold an Easter egg hunt in the Broomfield Common
Oh, right.
each year. Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Always a winning thing to do. Any other questions? Okay, look, thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we've got Axel Wilkie on the Zoom, is that right? Welcome, Axel. I can see you clearly. Can you hear me all right? And would you like to say a few words?
We're not allowed to ask people about.
You can't hear me? You're frozen. That's a show. No, you're not.
Oh, it's talking to me.
Yes, I am, Axel. Hello.
Oh, hello, Leanne. Kia ora. Sorry, I missed the beginning of you speaking, so that's why I wasn't reacting to you. I'm sorry.
But I can hear you loud and clear, so you can present your submission.
Yeah, okay. So if I could share a screen, I would. It doesn't allow me to at the moment. Oh, well, it does not seem like that is a working thing. So let me then talk without sharing.
Can you email it through, Axel, and the staff could perhaps put it up?
Yes, I can do that. It will take me. Where do I send it to?
Shall we? I don't know whether.
To mary.richardson@ccc.govt.
Mary.Richardson
@ccc.govt.nz.
And mobile number?
No, not that one.
It will be with you in 3 seconds.
Unless it's too big, it'll reject it.
No, it's only 3 slides, to be honest. So, no, I have to just find it. Here we go. That'll be it. Attach.
You might want to start as it's come through.
Yep, that's the right file, and send. Good. So I am talking today on behalf of the Victoria Neighbourhood Association. My name is Axel Downard-Wilke, for those of you who haven't met me before, and I am the deputy chair of our organization. And my submission is actually quite simple, so I don't know whether you have received the slides yet. The second slide in my presentation shows the area that we represent. The V&A covers an area surrounded by 4 streets. There's Beeley Avenue in the north, Colombo Street, Salisbury Street in the south, and Victoria Street on our western boundary. And so we are an incorporated society. We are one of 7 Central City residents groups, and we have 175 financial members, plus some 45 members who are not financial members, but who have asked us to keep them informed with what we are doing. In the V&A committee, which is about 12 people, I believe, we have discussed the representation review, and what we basically say is we are very much in agreement with everything that you want to do, and we wanted to let you know that that is the case. The one thing where we were a little bit surprised or disappointed is that the election system itself is not up for discussion. We are currently, of course, we use first past the post, and especially if we go and elect councillors at large across those boards, those voting areas that form one ward, then it makes sense to us that STV gets considered as the voting system. So, and that's really all I wanted to say.
Excellent. Any questions? No questions? Sounds like that was a very straightforward submission. Very clear and succinct. And people are all nodding their heads. So thank you very much for taking the time to Zoom in.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're a little bit ahead. I don't think Garth is here yet.
Yes,
Sorry?
Garth is outside.
Oh, he's just here now. Okay. No advice required.
Would you like
on that
me
matter.
to go out? I'll go out and see.
Kia ora, Garth. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for making your time available. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so it would be great if you could make your submission now.
I wish to make 2 points, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I believe that I used the term pocket borough in reference to Banks Peninsula, and I do so because I believe it's an area that is overrepresented in this body. Now, this is effectively the Parliament of Christchurch. I think their influence is unrepresentative. I do so because, for example, the ward in which I live has 3 times the population, yet it has only the same number of members in this Parliament as Banks Peninsula does. Now, for the New Zealand Parliament, as you all know, there are electorates that cover a very wide geographical area and others that cover a comparatively very small area. But it's a feature of democracy that electorates, or in this case, councillors, represent approximately the same number of people. And I don't believe that the decision regarding this should be made by you councillors, just as members of Parliament don't get to make the decision regarding electoral boundaries. The decision for electoral boundaries is made by a group completely independent of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet and the members of Parliament. And it takes a burden away from government and all MPs, and it's a smoother operation in effect and doesn't create conflicts. Members of Parliament are able to make submissions, and of course they do and should do, but they are completely independent people that make the decision. And I do suggest to you, councillors, that you push for this sort of thing within New Zealand. I think it will be beneficial to the councillors who emerge. The second thing I feel I'd like to say, Madam Mayor, is that under the older system, where every board member was elected by all the people of the board area, I think it led to less dysfunction in boards, and I think it led to fairer decisions being made. Now, I know what some of you are going to say, and I very well remember what the Mayor said, this is about 6 years ago, that Hallsville people wanted to make sure there was a Hallsville representative on the board, and I accept that. And I believe that this can still happen if, for example, say there's 3 wards to a board area, that there are 3 columns on the voting paper, and that people that are resident in Hallsville or Riccarton or Hornby, people are nominated and they're put on the list. But everybody in the board area selects 2 from each column. In that way, every board member is accountable to the whole board area, and it also ensures that Hallsville or Hornby or Riccarton, as our case is, gets to have 2 board members. I think the idea of accountability is extremely important, because when there isn't accountability, when board members are only answerable to, say, 1/3 or even less than 1/3 of the total population, you end up with a situation where 2 board areas, especially if political groupings are involved, can actually prevent anything worthwhile happening in a 3rd area. I fully accept the view that every ward should have representatives in the board, but I think there's a way around that, and at the same time having accountability for board members. Yeah, those are the 2 points I'd like to make, Madam Mayor.
Look, thank you very much for your submission. 17 seconds. All right, Sarah?
So just to clarify, you think that the community board members that are elected in a ward do good representation for that local community, but you would rather the councillors were accountable to a broader section for better decision making?
Look, I'm going to be realistic and accept that the view predominantly is that different areas have their own councillor. Yeah, I accept that. And I don't think there's a mood to go back to the system that used to be here, where all councillors were elected by the whole of Christchurch, because the view was, I think, that some areas missed out on having a council representative, and the areas that missed out were, to be a bit blunt, lower socio-economic areas. So I accept that. But I think that in the case of a board area, such as ours, Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board, if all the board members were elected by the whole population, but there was a guarantee that there would be 2 from Hallsville, 2 from Hornby, 2 from Riccarton, then that would be a good idea for accountability. And it meant that the Riccarton board members had to actually deal and be empathetic to the needs of Hallsville and Hornby, you see, in order to get elected again. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your submission. Good food for thought there. And the independence comes after our consideration of the process through the consideration of the Local Government Commission. So they get to review the decision based on appeals. I think councils are best placed to do the analysis and to get feedback from communities, but I just wonder whether there shouldn't be then a consideration by an independent body. So I'm going to give some thought to your suggestion, because the Act needs to change in order to deliver that. So thank you very much for your submission.
And so individual people can lodge an appeal, is it?
Yes, anyone who's made a submission can appeal against the decision of council. Yeah. The council decision is subject to a very broad and open appeal to the Local Government Commission, who will come here and hear submissions on it, as they did last time.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, councillors.
Cool. Aaron Campbell. Kia ora, welcome.
Kia ora, Council. Leanne, Mary, good morning. Thank you for your time. Agenda item 3.1 states the rep review is to ensure the arrangements provide fair and effective representation. I don't need to tell you that, you've read it. It is my opinion that the recommendations are more focused on fairness based on geography and the ratio of electors to elected reps, and do not go far enough when trying to address the issues of effective representation, which is about giving people greater democratic choice. I'd like to express my support for the submissions by Chrissy Williams, Rosemary Neve and Rosalie Jenkin this week. I haven't seen today's early ones, so I can't comment on those, but the previous speaker obviously spoke very passionately. I highlighted the issues in my written submission with similar themes to Chrissy, Rosemary and Rosalie. Those were that councillors should be elected at large over a board area, and the use of STV as a more representative and democratic voting system. The aim is to help address the declining number and lack of diversity of candidates, which then follows on to a declining diversity around the council table. Chrissy's table that you saw a couple of days ago demonstrated that, and I know that it was quite well debated at the time. I understand that staff did an online survey of STV versus the status quo. However, without more information on the methodology, I believe questions around cognitive bias could and should be raised regarding the results of that. Council runs the election process, and I certainly admire the teams, the very small team that does that every 3 years. They do a fantastic job with the resources that they've given. However, councils are also risk adverse. They produce a pre-election report, which is effectively a balance sheet, run the nomination process. However, the voting process is contracted out to a private company, and for all intensive purposes, that makes sense. LGNZ research in 2017 tells us that more than 32% of registered electors didn't vote. 32% of electors didn't vote despite being interested in doing so, because they didn't have enough information about the candidates or their policies. The Love Auckland campaign in 2016 targeted younger voters and increased turnout in that demographic 17%. Council, there's a question coming up here. You have one employee, the Chief Executive. The Local Government Regulatory Systems Amendment Act 2019 just flows off out the mouth quite easily. Says the Chief Executive's role is expanded to facilitating and fostering representative and substantial elector participation in elections and polls. I'll say that again. Facilitating and fostering representative and substantial elector participation and in elections and polls. So councils, what are the KPIs for your one employee when it comes to this piece of legislation? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, another in-depth submission. Any questions? Jan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for raising the issue of voter turnout. I just wondered what thought you've given to if you have a bigger ward area by which people are elected across and have multiple candidates, that parts of the bigger ward, maybe the more affluent areas, may have higher voter turnout and therefore have greater representation. So how does that work in terms of your argument around increasing diversity?
If you have a more democratic voting system, some of the faults that happen with the current voting system will be negated.
Right. So you'd suggest we use STV if we go to the bigger wards?
Yeah, there's this change or this review is obviously quite minor in scale and in depth. If the idea is that a more in-depth review and a more substantial change is made every second review, that's only every 12 years. If something's wrong, deal with it now. You've only got, although you can do it every 3 years if the council chooses. Clearly, there's usually not a political interest in doing that. They'll stick with the statutory length of time, so the 6-year term or the 6-year period between reviews. In this case, if it's substantial enough, if you aren't convinced by the stats that you've seen with Chrissy's slide, for example, where can we go from here? The idea is, you've got to. My question right here at the end is that you've got one employee, and that employee's job now, as part of legislation, is
totally
to
agree with you
substantially increase electoral turnout. So if you're worried about, an affluent area of having, more stronger vote, you've got to push your employee and improving the vote in those other areas, in all areas.
Okay.
Unless you're happy with 37%.
No, after the election I tried to get stuff done on that. So. Yeah.
Look, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your submission. It's a really good submission, and it's certainly raised a few questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I look forward to the answer.
Finn Jackson.
Hello, good to be back here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me submit. So I'll take my submission broadly as read. I'll just speak to two parts of it and then feel free to ask any questions either about the written bit or the bit I've spoken to. So firstly, there's a lot that I actually really like about the submission, particularly on the community board stuff. I'm strongly in support of Heathcote joining the Waihoro board. It unifies Addington, Sydenham, the west face of the Port Hills, and most of the Opawahu River under one board area, which is obviously great for administration for those natural areas and also for those kind of less engaged, a bit lower income, more disadvantaged areas of Addington and Sydenham. It also brings Opawa and Waltham back into the same ward as St Martin's, Sydenham, etc. I lived in St Martin's for a couple of years, went to school in Beckenham, walked my dog in Risinghome. I have family who live in Waltham. Post-quake, we would walk across to Opawa Road and get water from an open spring, and that was our only source of water for a little while. So, there's deep connections, and it's a really, really natural fit, I believe. I suggested two modifications, but I'll speak to one of them. That's just moving the boundary of the Waihoro ward down to the railway rather than having it run through the middle of Morehouse Ave. That's just because I think both sides of Morehouse have more in common with each other than, say, the south side would have with Opawa. And in London, I know that they've had problems where they've run boundaries of borough councils down the middle of main roads. It's essentially meant that no one really knows who's in charge, who runs the area, and it creates some reasonably big issues. Second point, yeah, I have a lot of sympathy with the Waihora Board's submission on wanting a ward covering Sydenham and Waltham and stuff like that. Obviously, it can't happen due to population size, but you know, this is kind of why in my written submission I said that I'd like more citizens' engagement in drawing up the boundaries. Like one really good example I know of is the Waikato District Council put up an online map where people can go online, they can draw up what they'd like their community board or ward areas to look like, and it's subdivided into mesh blocks, so it all works out and all adds up. I'd also like to see briefings and workshops on the representation review minuted in line with the recommendations from the Ombudsman. That I will note that those were for all workshops and briefings. I know that the council's response was that they will be minuted where appropriate or where action points need to be taken. I would just say that it seems to me highly appropriate that we minute all workshops or briefings relating to representation arrangements, purely because, you know, it's fundamental to democracy. Finally, I'll just say I support STV. I'd like to see council look into that next term. Thank you.
Look, thanks very much. And until I read your submission, I actually didn't realise that that there hadn't been notes taken, because we do take notes of all of our briefings for our obligations under Lagoima, and because it's an appropriate way to refer back anyway. And it had probably been a bit hit and miss prior to the Ombudsman's report, so it was one of the findings and one of the outcomes of our responding to it. So I'm really sorry that that was the case, because that's certainly not the case, and not the intention. And so I will just see whether the general manager can go back and look to see if we can recreate just a summary of the options that we kind of looked at in the lead up to this. And as I said to a previous submitter, this is not the end of the process. It is usually the case that there are appeals, and then the Local Government Commission opens it up and does a substantial review of the decision that we've made. So it's only a step along the way. Cool. So Mike, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just dark week, Finn. Just a question you've got in here around electing multi-member wards under FFP is described as the only electoral system worse than single-member FPP. What is your feeling then about community board members being elected under that system?
Yeah, I did actually consider that, and it's something I'm a little bit, I'm not entirely comfortable with that, but at the same time, subdividing a council ward for the purposes of electing two community board members, it seems like a lot of complication. It's not perfect, but I'd say, I don't know.
Do you know who your ECAN councillors are?
Yes, Vicky Southworth and Phil Clearwater.
Do you think that electoral system and a multi-member within the wards actually worked quite well?
I think it delivered some good results. I think it would deliver better results.
Under STV, yeah.
We can't introduce STV now, but we could make a recommendation for doing that in the next term, because the next term we can do a representation review. Now, even though we're not required to do one, as we are required to do this one, we could do one if there was a willingness to do so. Tim.
Thank you, and Finn, great to see you again. Thank you very much for making the effort again. Great to see that you recognise Waltham, etc., and as being the only Kashmir elected member who's served those as those areas as an elected member. I totally agree with your stance about joining Heathcote with Sprade and Kashmir. With your comment with regards to being kind of split between two, Melanie and I have worked very hard in Sprade and Kashmir, and I don't believe our community sees a line on a map, those communities. So I think that would be the same result with whatever comes along.
Yep.
Okay?
Cool.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Very much for your time, Finn. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Felicity Richards.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Right. So I live in Sayers Crescent, opposite the Corfe Reserve, by the Avon River, in what is currently the Riccarton ward, and currently proposed to be changed to the Waimairi ward. I've lived there over 40 years, and have seen a lot of changes, particularly with the university, students more and more living to the west of Waimairi Road, the west of Brodie Street, right through to Avonhead Road, which is the current boundary for our ward. I recently joined the Island Upper Riccarton Residents Association, and we only learned of the representation boundaries proposals 2 weeks ago. I don't know quite how we missed all that. I personally put my name down to receive notifications from the council about such things in the future. So I attended University of Canterbury and graduated as a BCom back over 40-something years ago. And I attend the University of Canterbury community meetings because they're a big part of our local area. And as I said, many students live in our area as well. And what we're particularly concerned about, and I'm particularly concerned about, is the split proposed with the ward boundary for Waimairi Road being the boundary for Waimairi, and splitting the island campus from the Dovedale campus of the university. And I just think that that means that if there's an issue with the university in particular, there's going to be multiple members of the community boards having to deal with the same problem. And it's also the split of individual suburbs. Ilam, where I live, is now potentially split into 3 different wards. Upper Riccarton split into 2. And then to add this whole great big area, including Riccarton Racecourse, as part of Riccarton, which sounds logical, but of course is not, because it's miles away from central Riccarton. It just doesn't seem logical to me. So I would just prefer the status quo of the Avonhead Road boundary to keep the whole area of the university and the university people, whether they're lecturers, students, whoever, under one ward. That's really mainly what I wanted to say. I've been trying to do some work along the Avon, where it's still a stream opposite me. It's amazing how, although just as a wee sideline, they managed to mow the grass, they don't actually seem to do any weeding. There's huge weeds at times, so I'm very glad I've got a great big green bin now that I pay for, so I can fill it up with dead nightshade, there's a lot of ivy, all these things. And as another aside, I wish to thank Helen Broughton of the Riccarton Community Board for her assistance in dealing with the removal of a tree which had on the berm of my property, the roots of which are still affecting my eroding infrastructure. So I've got lovely bright pink paint on the road at the moment. They're going to deal with it in July, apparently, even though it was first notified in February 2019. And I'd like to say thank you very much to Catherine Chu. I've met her twice through the Island Upper Riccarton Residents Association, and Catherine did come to our Christmas function, which involved addressing members of our community, and also to meet her personally just before the year began here in January. Thank you, Chair Catherine.
Great, thank you. That's a very warm note to finish on. Are there any questions? Sam?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in and completely get your sentiment around the community of interest being the university and how we do that. You mentioned obviously Helen Broughton. Have you looked at Helen's proposal? Because she'd actually come up with a bit of a compromise.
I have heard that it is Brodie Street and Parkstone Avenue.
Yeah.
I fall to the south of that.
Right.
So it actually doesn't include our...
Doesn't include you. Okay.
Our quite a big area.
Yeah. Would you be open to a compromise on that boundary though, if we could somehow? Because I mean, as Leanne said constantly, it's.
I know it's numbers 10%.
Yeah. So is would there
well,
be a
that's
middle
just why I was
ground?
wondering about this Riccarton Racecourse, where they've got this huge new development. Why that's suddenly included as part of Riccarton instead of Hornby, or whatever it was.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Thank you.
Waimairi. Yeah.
Yeah. No, fantastic. Thanks.
Waimairi.
Yeah.
Should be your area.
All right. Thank you very much for your submission, and it's been very helpful. Much appreciated.
Thanks so much, Leanne. Thank you.
Jason Harvey and Emma Twaddell. I think it's just Emma.
It is, sorry, Jason.
Well, not just Emma. It is the inimitable Emma, St Albans Residents Association.
Yes, and I am here with my Residents Association hat on, and Jason is not here because he's too busy at the community centre. Thank you very much, everybody.
Excellent. It's good to hear that it's very busy.
It's very busy. I might use my own computer because I don't know how to use yours. So I'm just here very quickly I'm the St Albans Community Activator is my paid role, and I get paid to activate projects within the area of St Albans. I've been involved in St Albans Residents Association for over 20 years, and during that time there has been 20 years of community input and volunteer work put into ensuring that our community, St Albans, feels attached, so people feel attached to it. Now, Sarah believes that the representation review actually doesn't comply with the requirements of the Local Government Act and the guidelines due to the inaccurate definition and name of the communities of interest. And so that's what I want to focus on, the community of interest, which I've heard others speak about today as well. And I'm sure that you would know those communities of interest to us residents are very, very important. And so because these haven't been recognised, you're actually not representing the communities of interest in Christchurch. So here is the document from the review, and unfortunately the name is not even correct. St Albans isn't St Albans, it's St Albans. There is no saint in Albans, and we're quite proud of that. And this was established by the New Zealand Geographical Board in 2011. So here we are. So they can, 2010, they considered it, and they have officially altered the spelling from St Albans to St Albans. So we'd like to see that corrected in any documentation, that our suburb is correctly spelt. And here's, here you see the communities of interest, which they're identified by the CCC as Edgware, Marihau, Mirabau, and they're all within, all these communities are actually within the identified boundaries of St Albans. And of course this breaks down our social history. St Albans has a proud history of being a community where the residents enjoy being part of it and identify it. Our community first identified itself officially in Christchurch in 1881 after a very robust St Albans discussion, and the boundaries and the name of St Albans was successfully petitioned for by the local residents. And on the 3rd of January 1882, the first meeting of the councillors of this area was held. The people living in the area still identify with St Albans as their geographical community of interest, and local groups from the St Albans Mutual Improvement Society, which was formed in 1866, through to the current community-led organisation SARA, have continued to grow the social capacity of our community, St Albans. Over this 165 years of civic engagement as St Albans, this has resulted in, as far as we're concerned, an identified community that provides residents with neighbourliness, social networks and support resources to benefit their lives. Oh, whoops, sorry. Forgot that one. Yeah. That's the very first community building that was built by the residents. Oh, sorry.
Very expensive building.
Yes. Things have moved along. And Sarah's surveyed the community several times since the mid-2000s, and our community tells us they want a strong, connected, inclusive community neighbourhood that retains and maintains the character and the history of St Albans as a distinct suburb and community identity. We did some research with the university in 2014, and the boundaries there were the results of the survey where people identified with St Albans. So although St Albans appears to have a strong identity without a real need of a boundary, the residents of St Albans do need to be represented. These are some comments that, so these were some comments in the research that we've done. And so, the review does not represent the real community of interest, St Albans, that it actually exists, and the council are failing to do their duty to define our communities of interest. Communities of interest do not exist to fit into mesh box. They exist because people build and develop bonds they share with each other. They don't stand up to the framework accepted by the local government commission when used for assessing communities of interest on the Banks Peninsula. The guidance offered by the Local Government Commission during the research regarded the concept of community of interest in broad terms as a collection of people in an area where the level of social and economic interaction and shared interest and identity are greater within the area than outside the area. The advice goes on to state, I consider that it is important to identify those which result in communities of interest that are reasonably self-contained for a variety of social and economic purposes. And of course, St Albans is. And also included in the report was the Māori perspective on communities of interest. To understand Runanga relationships, it must be appreciated that the fundamental principle underlining Ngāi Tahu relationships is whakapapa. The function of whakapapa is to anchor groups into known landscapes and to establish the ongoing basis in which tribal mana, identity and activity in the present are validated by the past. Whakapapa is articulated through the care and protection of the environment, taonga, cultural practices and guardianship over the resources, economics, the people and the Ngāi Tahu's spiritual environments. So St Albans community does not want to continue to fight the system that is meant to support their lives. It wants to be recognised as being part of it. We've lost all our history with our buildings, and we really believe that our social history in Christchurch needs to be looked after and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Pauline.
Yes, thanks, Emma. So looking at the proposed boundary for the Innes ward, Do you have a suggestion where because the southern boundary at Cannon is very close to the community centre? Do you have a preference of where that south boundary should actually sit, or are you happy with it there?
To be honest, I'm not too sure if it makes any difference. At the moment, St Albans is in 3 wards, and we are managing it. We're more interested in the council recognising St Albans as a whole. We don't want our river streets to be in Marihau. We don't want our St Albans Park to be in Edgware. We don't want our Edgware Village, the heart of St Albans, to be in another made-up suburb or a postcode.
Right.
So the boundaries,
they're just lines.
They're just lines, and I personally think if we've got great people sitting around the table, if we vote in great people and good leaders, that's not quite so as important as us being recognised as communities.
Oh, thank you. That's a very good answer.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you for such an in-depth submission. It's actually really interesting as well, and apologies for the saint. I accept your suggestion that there are no saints in there. And
apart from me.
I used to live there.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everybody.
No, thank you very much. Right. The next submission is Celeste Donovan. Welcome.
Hi, just want to introduce myself, Celeste Donovan and Kevin List. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on the important topic of representation, arguably one of the most critical issues the Council faces. The purpose of this review, we're told, is to see if current arrangements provide a fair and effective voice for communities. In this case, the question of representation is framed around specific questions: how many elected members, how they're elected, and what communities they represent. What it doesn't ask is whether the current system itself is working and how the system can be improved. The NBRA submission, which I'm making in a personal capacity, raises the issues around representation we believe should have been included in this review. It is less about boundaries and more about how people are consulted, what barriers there are to engagement, and how people can be better engaged in decision making. Polling in our New Brighton residence area feel that Council, in particular our Community Board, could do far better in local engagement. Seems that an overhaul of the current system is long overdue. This is backed up by various data, which reveals that only 5% of people aged between 15 and 35 feel listened to by local government. As we all know, the Council's own satisfaction survey polls at about 26% of residents who are happy with the way that engagement has been undertaken. And of course, Council's already aware of these shortcomings. So I guess the question comes back to, what are the solutions? Well, we're always seeking feedback from the residents in our area, and some of the things that we've heard as common themes include updated communication techniques, as well as calls for reforms to the current system. So the first thing that I'd like to suggest would be the structure of local government needs to be modernised and made more accessible. One option that we received strong support from an online poll was to have a more widespread adoption of technology, which is great to see here today. For instance, live streaming of community board meetings and the use of Zoom. We'd also like to see participants be able to attend meetings outside regular work hours and encourage greater participation from a wider diversity of people. Another popular suggestion was for councillors to hold drop-in sessions for people, and particularly local community groups, during the evening and weekends. And of course, some are already doing that. Secondly, the council here today does not, this council is quite diverse in some respects, but many councils don't represent the catchments they represent. looking around the country, there are less women, fewer non-European ethnicities, and hardly anyone below the age of 40. If we want to improve our poor representation rates and combat voter disengagement, we could start by following the lead of other councils and New Zealand by switching our local elections to SDV. As being noted by previous discussions and submissions, the former system of multi-councillor wards has led to greater gender equality and a more representative split between men and women. In summary, we think that meaningful change to ensure better representation requires the councils do more than tweak a few boundaries around electorates. Greater focus needs to be given to systemic and practical barriers to participation at community board level especially, and willingness to make radical changes to a system that is clearly outdated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sam?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in and doing that. I enjoyed your submission. I'm just keen on the diversity aspect you touched on, and like you said, Christchurch is, in terms of diversity, probably outperforming the rest of the country. What's your view on, I guess, diversity versus best person for the job? Have you got a steer on that?
Well, I think the problem with this idea of meritocracy is that the best person for the job isn't always going to stand, because there is an implicit bias, and the research shows that, towards people who are sort of, I hate to say it, but white male boomers get seen as being sort of more electable, so therefore are more likely to stand. And I think also in the first past the post system, it makes it harder for more diverse candidates to stand, because there is not all votes are getting used towards the best, what people see as the best candidates. So people do strategic voting, which provides barriers to getting elected as well. So I think it's a bit of a tricky question.
So your view would be that the person that polls the most isn't necessarily the best person for the job?
Under first past the post, I don't think it is.
Right,
Under
okay.
STV, it's been shown to get more women elected, and I think there was a recent report that showed that areas that have adopted STV, communities are extremely happy with how it's performing and want to keep it. And as we can see there, it's something that's spreading around the country. I think we're slow adopters on that front.
Right,
So, but unfortunately, I would assume there's an inherent bias within most councils to keep the systems that got in the councillors who are currently elected.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
It is too late to change it now
Yeah.
for the next election, but it's not too late to put it on the agenda again for the future. So I'm going to get some advice on that, because it may well be that we could even conduct a referendum at the next election, which would be getting turnout commensurate with the interest in changing the system, which might actually be quite a good model for increasing the turnout as well. So I'm going to get some advice on that. It can't be part of the representation review, but
Can I quickly answer that point?
Yeah.
I spoke to someone that was looking to lead that, Rosalie, who you'll be familiar with, Rosalie Jenkins, and she said that was one option that they'd receive feedback could go ahead.
Great.
And they'd receive feedback from the council, but I don't have the email in front of me to say that. And I do think it's a good way to get younger people engaged, because they see it as kind of a more representative way to be involved.
Yeah. Well, I've had two hands up, and but we've come to the end of the time. We're on a strict timetable, so I'm sorry. But thank you very much for your submission. It was very good. Thank you. Helen Broughton. Hello.
Did you see the results in the central by-election? The old one, it's all going well.
Right,
it's a
Helen.
professional match.
Sorry? Do you realise you're live, James?
Yeah, no, I was just joking. It was ruining Helen saying, I see it as a professional match.
Oh, the James. I see, right.
Yes. G'day.
It's a fantastic map drawing exercise. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Helen.
over to you, Helen.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. If I could just touch quickly on a submission round Matai Street, which was made earlier. If you do need to shift the boundary, because of the cycleway and having Matai Street included in Riccarton. There's very close to that street is in fact a river boundary, which is the current boundary. So it'll only be about 30 homes involved in that. I just want, it's probably a bit, I'm in an unusual position, and I'll just explain. I wanted to come today to show you how lopsided Riccarton has become compared to what Riccarton was and in fact is. And if you look at the map there and exclude those black lines, Riccarton goes from Deans Avenue right up, and the pink lines are Carman Road. So there's a central area of Riccarton, and then it loops through largely to, in fact, Hornby. So regarding the principles of this proposal, when it first came out, Riccarton was much as it was in that very early proposal. And then when we got this proposal, there's been a huge change. Now, what the board is advocating is that pink area goes to, in fact, Hornby. And I guess I'm advocating as an individual that in that black area, we go to Pear Street as a must, to Waimari, to Brodie Street, hopefully, and potentially there's probably a feeling in that area is that this is a university area, and if possible, we'd like as much as possible of that included. Now, the areas with the stripes or the crosses is Sockburn, and that has been for 6 years, in fact, Hornby. So that large bulk of Riccarton's fine, around Westfield, etc. But when you get to Church Corner, there's a dramatic deviation from what's currently there. So the crosses are proposed to go to, in fact, Riccarton, but we're losing that large area between Waimari Road and Avonhead Road. Now, I think you can do this if, in fact, you look at Horsville, where there's 4,000 short. And there's, from my checking of this legally, I believe that you don't have to consider growth to such an extent. You may be able to, rather than 4,000 short, you may be able to give Horsville 1,500 people short. And that can potentially adjust some of that area in Riccarton round university. There is a community of interest between the area I'm talking about, around the Dovedale campus and south of Riccarton Road to the main South Road through to Deans Avenue, and those areas are troubled by student noise and sometimes vandalism. So there's a community of interest between the south of Riccarton Road and that area around Dovedale. And I think that's all I wish to in fact say. When I joined the board on this, we got into the room and we wanted to find something which everyone agreed on. So we put forward our board agreement, which is fine. I'm just wanting to bring to your attention as a Riccarton councillor and board member that area around university is in fact of concern, and you've heard it from two or three other people.
Well, I think everyone appreciates the fact that you've actually gone to the trouble of looking at the different mesh blocks and working out how it could all fit.
I know. And I think probably Horsville, you're underpopulating that by 4,000. It may be
a lot of growth coming in there.
I know, but I don't know if you have to look at growth.
In 6 years' time, you have to readjust all the boundaries. So I just think that, you've given a really good model for us to work from.
Okay,
so thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. And the final submission is Rick Tyndall representing the Cashmere Residents Association. But that's right, you're representing the Cashmere Residents Association?
I have put a submission in on behalf of the Cashmere Residents Association, correct?
Thank you.
He mihi nui, kia koutou, council, kia koe, Madam Mayor and Chief Executive, tēnā kōrua. A particular mihi to the councillors newly elected who I haven't met before. Nice to meet you. Firstly, a correction to my short written submission. I've written 2018 as the year when the last representation review was done. That's incorrect. It was 2015. And I've provided a couple of slides. You're looking at the second one of them there. If we can change to the first one, please. The earlier one, that is. That one, correct. Thank you. I believe that through the services of Google, it's not actually hard to find this information anymore. I have something close to the electoral map for Christchurch that was pertaining before the last representation review transformed it dramatically, and the one that we're still looking at today. So my submission in the main would like to see return to this earlier electoral map. And the numbers there, it's a council of 14, including the mayor. So the point I'm trying to make is that it seems the council is driven by ideology, and to some extent or another, and that it can lead to places where, with unexpected consequences, places you might not want to go, that a suboptimal result comes from that. And this is the point I'm making here, that before the system was reviewed, it was a better system. So the ideology I'm referring to is that more councillors means better representation. And so the growth to the council of 17 that you have now, 16 councillors plus the mayor, is an improvement on representation. I'm contesting that fact and did so in 2015. And if we look at the main point in that is, if you look at the ward combinations there, where you have two wards forming the community board areas, they're bigger wards in the first place and bigger board areas as a result. And the bigger wards require less fine boundaries cut through communities. And the constant theme through the submissions of this week have been divided communities resisting that fact. And I heard someone from St Albans appreciating that they were being dropped down from spread across 3 wards to spread across 2 wards as an improvement. But in the main, communities like to see that they're recognised and a bedrock to local governance. The keystone at the base of the representative system, organising communities and able to communicate to community boards and councillors in a coherent manner. And I think we'd probably all accept that that's a sound principle, that recognising neighbourhoods and communities as wholes where identity can be pursued and developed is a net benefit for the council. It's certainly in the wellbeing framework which local government has done. So the point I'm making here is that to step back from that problem of divided communities, you need to go back to this original system of less wards and less councillors. That's really where the problem has come. And I say this with some experience in that I was on a community board at the end of this period, that is the Spraden Heathcote Community Board at the time. And I was not aware around local government in that early period that there were any issues of communities saying we're divided, we want to be in one ward. There seems to be a new problem that's resulted from the representation review, the model that you're trying to tweak today. And I'm saying that a wholesale return to this old system is really the macro solution to the problem that you're trying to solve. And in that, recognising local communities, I think more weight needs to be put on the community boards themselves. That it strikes me as having been an error to reduce community board representative remuneration so that the chairs of those boards could receive double the remuneration, because they're all hard-working members, and if if you're having trouble finding people to stand today, that's part of the reason, just not recognising the work that's involved for anybody to stand and serve on any of these boards at that basic level. So I think that's a symptom of disrespecting the communities, to reduce the value of those individual board members like that and say that the lead authority, the chair, would be the one that was recognised at twice the rate of anybody else.
You do understand that the Remuneration Authority sets remuneration, not the council?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I also recognise that you're not deciding STV today, but on a personal note, I'd just like to lend my support to those submitters who've asked for that to be looked at in the future. I guess in the correction there, the point that the Mayor's made is that we're looking at the representation. Yeah. So I guess we can go to the second slide. Well, while we're on that slide, yeah, the question that's been raised, like this model was proven through history, that there was over 50% representation for women on the council under this model, and that was 20 odd years ago that it was implemented, and it's had a real heyday, and that's where women's representation exceeded those of the men at the board. And I noted Chrissy Williams' presentation a couple of days ago where the statistic is now down to about a third or less of women's representation. So that is how you could look at solving it if you want to go and look at this model again, where it actually did work, that councillors elected at large in bigger wards and community board areas actually didn't have that problem. Yeah, so thank you. Now moving on to the second slide, which is a reworking of the proposal from the council that's been put out. I also listened to submitters earlier in the week, in particular community boards from the Central Heathcote Linwood board and the Spraden Cashmere board, where they were contesting the board areas that were being reworked to lose one community board and have all community boards with 3 wards within them. I went away and thought about it and have come up with this version of it. And again, this is an example, I think, where the ideology's gone too far, or leading you to a place that is not serving the residents as well as it could. In that I heard the Mayor say the reason for the board groupings that was proposed is about looking at how the rivers are unifying factors, and freshwater quality is a major issue today for the city or anywhere in the country, and that recognising that and having board areas working around the river was seen as a plus. I acknowledge that the sense in that, but I think if you're following that logic, you can go a step further, and it's a big step further to say that if you're looking at water values, you have to look at the ocean as the greatest by far. And so you really must unify the coastal communities. We have one board area for Banks Peninsula dealing with coastal issues, and this would create a second one for the city, that is Heathcote, Linwood and Coastal united as a board area, would have one area responding to the issue of retreat from sea level rise, but also, more especially, tsunami response. The council has a duty there to get those communities well and truly prepared and practiced in withdrawing from that coast in emergency, and this would really help that one board area deal with that coastal threat, that coastal risk. So, and on the other side of it, like there's the uniting principle of the hills. I see why Heathcote and Cashmere Spraden were put together for that reason, but this is just cutting that cake a different way to say that the hills could be united to the west. If you put Horseville and Cashmere together with Spraden, you get a Western Hills unity. And in our case, for the Cashmere area, that is definitely the one we would support, and that is to support Chair Karen Potter from the Community Board when she said that all the service orientation in the southwest of the city very much is focused on the new developments there. We know that by Henderson's Road there's a huge commercial development planned amongst all the new housing to replace Barrington Mall as the commercial hub for that southwest quarter, and that is why it's imperative that we all work together in the planning in that southwest quarter. And I'm proposing that if you're going to go with this 16 ward model, you need to unite Horseville, Spraden and Cashmere as a ward area rather than having Heathcote, Cashmere and Braden United. I think the greater value for the council, for the community, is in that orientation. And if you look at the other groupings of three that follow the coastal Heathcote unity and the Horsell Cashmere Hills unity, you see that there's other unities for the city, such as the Northwest. Where I happen to come from, growing up in Mairahau, and I knew St Albans was down the road. I thought Mairahau was a place. But be that as it may, you've got the Northwest Quarter in a unity there with Innis and Burwood and yeah.
Look, thank you. That's just perfectly come to the end of the time, and very much appreciate all the effort that you and the Residents Association have put into the submission. So thank you very much.
Very welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're coming back here at 2:30, and I know. Oh, sorry. 2:45. It's changed to 2:45. Would it be easier to make it 3 o'clock then? No? 2:45? Okay, 2:45, and we'll have a public staff presentation on the analysis and some initial responses to the submissions. So that will give us food for thought. And I know that Tim will be an apology for lateness, possibly the rest of that meeting. So, but that is a public presentation, so no, I mean, you can all catch up on it if you need to, but it's just to go through the submissions and a general, the themes that have emerged from the submissions, and that'll give us some ideas to be thinking about, and we'll then adjourn the meeting until the Thursday, the 3rd of June, after the council meeting. So, I'm going to adjourn this meeting now until 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much. 2:45. It's adjourned to 2:45. I'm just reading out what's written here. Afternoon, everyone. I wasn't expecting such a large turnout here this afternoon, and welcome. I'm not sure. Are you from a particular group? From ARA. Well, look, welcome. Thank you for coming down to the council. We're having a session this afternoon just with an outline on all of the submissions that have been received on our representation review. I don't know whether people are aware of what a representation review is, but under the Local Electoral Act, we're required every 6 years to look at the way that our council boundaries operate in terms of whether with the number of councillors that we elect each year and each term, the number of wards, whether there are subdivisions within wards, community board areas. So we're looking at a number of issues, and there have been quite a few submissions that we've received, and staff are just going to give us a quick presentation around some of the key issues. So it's a relatively short session this afternoon, and we're going to adjourn the meeting until next Thursday after the council meeting, so that we can then come back and give staff a bit of a direction around some of the key issues that will be called upon to decide. Now, people have said during the submission process that they were a little bit concerned that councillors get to vote on what the electoral system is going to be and what the wards are and what the community board areas are, and there is an old-fashioned expression which goes, turkeys don't vote for an early Christmas. And so should we be the ones that are enabled to make these decisions on behalf of the people who are the voters? And I've reassured people that there is a very robust appeal system, which means that anyone who's made a submission is able to appeal the decision that we make, and then it is all handed over and considered de novo by the Local Government Commission, and that is an independent body that's been established by the government to make sure that there is independence in the decision making. So I hope that's a helpful introduction. I don't normally introduce meetings, but since there's such a enthusiastic group of people sitting in the background there, I thought I'd just give you an update on what we're doing. So are staff ready to come and give a quick presentation just around what the submissions have covered and what the issues are that we're going to have to consider, not today, but before we come to the final decision making?
Thank you, Leanne. Councillors, as the Mayor stated, we will present a staff analysis and some potential responses to submissions councillors have heard over the last two sessions in the context of the initial proposal. Unfortunately, the quick response is a 50-page PowerPoint, and that reflects the amount of interest, the amount of diverse submissions that the council has received. So it's democracy and policy in action. Our city has experienced changes in population, more importantly, changes in the distribution of our population. Representation has to be fair, and it has to be effective. And we have quite a tight prescribed statutory process to meet. So we look forward to sharing some of the issues and inviting you to give us the feedback when you've had time to digest the information and are in a position to do so. So I'll hand over to Chris, who'll start leading the presentation. When he gets tired, I'll take over, and then Amy will do so as well. Thank you.
Awesome. So I guess, as John said, it's a fairly long PowerPoint presentation, but it covers all of the areas that people have submitted on. So what we'll be looking for when we reconvene the hearings, as John said, when you've digested the information, is direction from council to inform the final proposal. So what we've got here today is, if you probably go to the next slide, we'll start off with the overall council structure. So what we'll be looking for council to do is confirm the number of councillors, the method that they're elected by, so by ward area, at large over a board area, or at large citywide, confirming that there will be community boards, how many community boards, and then confirming which wards will be aggregated to form those boards. So in the submissions that came through, the majority supported the continuation of the number of councillors that's proposed in the initial proposal. We did get some submissions that suggested a reduction in councillors, and also a couple of submissions that suggested increasing the number of councillors, but the majority supported maintaining the status quo. Next slide, John. So the next area that we received a fair bit of feedback, and thanks Councillor Templeton's updated the figures. So we received approximately 17, I think it actually is, indicating support for the multi-member wards rather than as they currently are elected by single-member wards. So some of the feedback that was provided suggested that it can provide for more diversity of members that are elected, encouraging more people to stand. We did receive some submissions that indicated support for maintaining the status quo as well. So some feedback there as well. Probably next. Again, very small amount of feedback around electing at large across the whole city. There's a little note there that's probably just as a matter of interest. If the council were to select to elect by multi-member wards, it would have an impact on the overall plus or minus 10% population rule, because it gives a wider area that rule would fall over. So rather than being a smaller ward, effectively the ward becomes larger. So there's more room to play within the boundaries within that area. So it's just worth noting that. What I should say as well as we're working through, you're seeing recommendations at the bottom, so that these are all uploaded onto the Big Tin Can, so you've got those to consider as you're considering all of the feedback. So the retention of community boards and the number of community boards, so the majority have indicated support for the initial proposal, which reduces the boards to 5 equal-sized city boards plus the Banks Peninsula. There were a few submitters that indicated not reducing the number of community boards, and some of the submitters also commented just to make the community boards equal, but by 2 wards each rather than 3 wards each. So we'll be looking for your direction on what your preference of that. The next slide, I won't go over in probably too much, but what we'll be seeking your feedback on is how those boards are aggregated together. So obviously the initial proposal had had this map here, which went out for consultation. The next slide, it came through from the submitters in the hearing, the possibility of creating a coastal community board, so forming the Heathcote Coastal and Linwood boards together. So that was an option that went up to council as the initial proposal was being developed, so it's there to remind you, for you to consider alongside those submissions. We did receive requests as well to consider making the coastal parts of the Banks Peninsula the coastal board including parts of the Banks Peninsula. So that's an idea of bringing the Banks Peninsula in with the city boards. So yes, again, we'll be seeking your direction on these. Okay, so that kind of covers the structure of council, so how many elected members and the boards. The next slide. So these next slides now will look at the I guess the easier changes to the initial proposal that's been requested by submitters. So these are things
Could we stop there and just go back and just ask questions on the big issues, so that we've just got everything that we need? The question about multi-member wards, you said something which I hadn't heard before, and that is that if we had multi-member wards, then the size of the wards would provide more flexibility on the plus or minus 10%.
So essentially, when we work out the city averages, we take the population of the whole city, divide it by the number of wards or elected members, and then look at how many people each one has to represent. So if you have 3 elected members per ward, say, and you have 6 wards, then the overall plus or minus 10% and that city average goes up quite a bit. So it gives us a little more wriggle room in terms of how we can arrange some of those boundaries, just because the number is bigger and we can amalgamate communities in different ways. So
it's done on the ward boundary.
Yeah.
Right.
It is. So it's done on the number of elected members, but because we can amalgamate those wards into 3s and it's 3 per ward, it changes those number dynamics a little bit.
Okay. Right.
So they still have to be even, but we have more wiggle room to work with.
And there was a second question, if you flick forward. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, yeah. Go back. There was more than one of these reconfigurations proposed in submissions. So will you have the other ones in amongst the presentation so that we can have a good look at other options as well?
We can provide that, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of them already exist.
They already exist, yeah.
Yeah, so we can pull those out and add these to the same document so it's all in one package.
And would any of the, and I guess not for now, but the information that we would need is, do any of those reconfigurations create issues around the plus and minus?
No, because
they won't, because they're by ward.
Yeah, they're all individual now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So does anyone else have generic questions? Melanie?
You've about the number of wards that make up a board, and some people did say about having 2 wards is better because they feel their board would be smaller and more focused on the area. That's not actually something we can consider, is it, unless we put Banks Peninsula in, because we've got an uneven number of wards in the city, is it right?
Would be difficult. We'd have to
Sorry,
put back
what?
in.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
What I'm wondering is it even possible for us to even consider having boards made up of 2 wards? Because it would only be possible if we were to incorporate Banks Peninsula or totally redo the whole system.
Yeah, correct.
You mean community board area instead of having 3 wards, having 2 wards?
But
Yeah.
because there's not an equal number of wards, it would mean
Yeah.
something else would have to change.
Yes. Yeah, I realise that, yeah.
But if Banks Peninsula had 2 community board members like Heathcote or whatever,
Yeah. So
then
my
you could join it
question
with
is-
No, I mean, look, it's a difficult thing to be doing in this environment, but I would like people to put some questions out there that would be helpful for staff, but that's probably sufficient on that.
I was just going to say, it's the reason I've asked it is because you've had a recommendation here, which is asking us to provide direction on how many community boards. But the reality
We're
is
not going to give direction
But
today.
that was a recommendation by staff. I'm answering their PowerPoint.
Yanni?
Thank you. There were a number of submitters that talked about getting greater diversity by having bigger wards. So I just wondered if we had any information that showed, any sort of research around the impact of either smaller or bigger wards on diversity and also multi-member wards. And then the other thing was, do we have a map that overlays voter turnout and socioeconomic status so we could see where the votes come from within the wards?
I'll answer the first one. We don't have that map at our disposal, not in relation to this process.
Are we able to get a copy?
we don't get voter turnout at that level. So deprivation and socioeconomic status varies so much between wards that we get it at ward level, but not anything lower than that. So we couldn't actually overlay them and make good sense of it. It would be hard to understand and interpret. So that's why we haven't done that.
And is there evidence to back up the assertion that having multi-member wards creates more diversity in candidacy and results?
We'd have to do some research.
Oh, no, well, it may not be required, but it
Not
just,
immediately.
You don't have that research available, right?
Sorry, can I just check? We must have voter turnout by ward, right? We
Yes.
know what the voter turnout is by ward.
We do, but we tend to look at socioeconomic status at a ward level. We will go down further than that because it can vary quite a lot across wards, particularly some of the bigger ones in terms of geographic area.
How about you just provide what
Yeah.
you've got, which is the voter turnout by ward?
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Right, so if we can move on to the next stage. Oh, Jake?
Or high level ones. So these deliberations, where it's great we're doing this in public, do you know why we don't do the LTP the same way?
Jake, what? Could you? Why are you asking the staff that are here to discuss the representation review a question about process that has nothing to do with what we're discussing?
They're not responsible for the LTP.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
fine.
So thank you. It's ruled out of order. Thank you.
You were welcome to ask the
James.
question. No, I had a second question. And you were welcome to answer the question as well. Briefing notes. One of the submitters mentioned something about some briefing notes that they would have liked to obtain.
Did you hear me answer that? And I said that I was raising it with the general manager, and we are establishing the record that can be made available, and it will be put on the website and made available to submitters
But it
as
does
well.
exist.
Sorry?
It does exist?
Yes, it does.
Cool.
Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
well, I didn't
and
know,
it will
so-
be on the website as soon as, unfortunately, the officer that's doing it's been in this meeting all day, so they haven't been able to do it yet since
Yep.
Mrs. requested.
Thank you. James?
I've got about a question about the new proposal for Heathcote Coastal Linwood as against Coastal Burwood Linwood, right? Can I ask about that?
Well, we're not making any
No, I know,
decisions
but
today.
I
We're
just
giving
wanna
it a briefing on process. So
Right.
Yeah.
But confirming that it's in here because it could work. Is that right? The numbers wise.
So it was an option that was presented along with all of the other models.
Yeah.
And because of the numbers don't affect the board makeup because the numbers are per ward.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So the answer is yes.
Yeah, and I was only really doing that to underline what I think about it.
Right. Well, very good. So, can we move on to the next set of slides? Thanks.
You're doing such a good job.
No, back. So the next part of the presentation, as I said before, outlines the kind of the more minor changes that could be made to the initial proposal to meet the requests of the submissions and the hearings that you've heard. So the first one you heard probably quite clearly through the hearings is around Kennedy's Bush. So there is a way of retaining Kennedy's Bush within the Halls Ward, which is what you've heard. So that's, as we work through, this is kind of what you're going to be seeing now. So if you go to the next. So Redwood Springs, similarly, we received submissions asking that be in the Papanui ward. So again, it's something that's a fairly simple change that could be made. So Richmond, we received a submission or several submissions from around Richmond asking for it to be contained in a single ward, and even some submissions talking about containing it in or keeping it in the or moving it into the Innes ward. I don't know if you've got any comments or, but what?
This puts it all into one ward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because we got a very clear message from the community, which was
And
one
ward. Yeah, the easiest way to do that is to put the piece that's up on the screen there into Innes. If you put the rest of Richmond into Burwood along with that piece, it will push the Burwood population out by a lot, and we will have to look at some major changes to some of the wards to accommodate it.
Next, John. So another submission requested that Westmoreland be moved into the Cashmere ward, so or kept in the Cashmere ward. So again, the initial proposal doesn't need to be amended to achieve that, but it's just something that a submitter wanted to make clear. Charleston was something that we received a few submissions on. So again, this is something where we can make some amendments and move it. So again, yeah, so where possible, we've tried to include maps so you can see what changes would be required. So I don't know if you've got any comments on that, Amy, but...
So this would take that small piece that you can see in yellow up there and essentially move the boundary of the Heathcote ward further north to Ferry Road.
So keep going, John. So Phillipstown, again, request from submitters that Phillipstown be contained within a single ward. So there's, by moving 390 people from the Linwood ward into the central ward, which it has capacity for, Phillipstown could be contained within that ward. But moving in the other direction, there wouldn't be the, correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, there wouldn't be the population allowance for that to go into the Linwood ward.
Not without significant changes to some of the other wards.
So the solution's there to be able to meet the request, but by moving them into that ward. So again, there's a wee map there for that. So Matai Street, I think there were submitters today that talked about Matai Street and whether the boundaries could be moved around the railway line, I think it was. We had feedback from elected members whilst developing the initial proposal, which saw Matai Street being an appropriate boundary, but also the number of people in there would make that change a difficult one to make.
It would push that Riccarton ward over that plus 10%, so again, we'd have to make another change somewhere else to accommodate that.
It would also affect our ability to be able to correct the Pear Street triangle, which has been identified by a number of submitters as a priority.
After the Riccarton ward and the Homeby ward coming for representation, West Coast whole area, to shift to the Homeby ward. So Riccarton ward, the number of population will be reduced under the 10%.
Should we cover that?
I think that some of these are consequential on other decisions.
Yeah, we might be able to...
What we wanted to do today was just let people publicly know that there are a range of issues that have been raised in the submissions which we are going to need to consider. But we're not going to make a call on them today because we've got to seriously sit back and consider them. We will come back next Thursday after the council meeting and we'll go through each of the recommendations. But I really wanted, while people had an interest in the submissions on the representation review, to have the issues identified, because I think a number of people who made submissions hadn't looked at the staff advice that sat in behind it. This is excellent, the advice that's being presented now, because it's crystal clear on each grouping of the submissions. So I want to thank staff and acknowledge what you've done, but Jimmy, it's okay just to let this process run. We'll go through each of them because consequential flow-on effects around the plus or minus where there are challenges.
Overall review, rather than just a single one mention or this overall.
Yeah, we're going to go through all of these. Thanks. Thank you. Carry on.
So, Hoonhay, so request to retain Hoonhay in the Spraydon ward. So again, this is possible to be done, and I think there's a map there that will show it. But if you go to the next slide, John, this is an example where there will need to be some compromises. So we've also received a request around the area south of Curlitz Road and Hoonhay Road that they be included in the Spraydon ward. So these two can't be done in isolation of each other because the population, it wouldn't be allowed for within the city average. So these will be some of the considerations as we move through, where exactly what the mayor said, there will need to be some compromises.
We'll need maps to look at these, and they'll
We've done those.
Right, yeah, ta-da.
Can we just whip that one up in the last 3 seconds?
Can I ask a question on that
It's Amy, yeah.
Can I just check though, with those ones, if it was the larger wards with multi-member, that would make that one more doable though, because it would take it, you'd have more. Yeah, thanks.
Bear that in mind, because I mean the multi-member issue is live. It certainly wasn't the favoured option going in. But it's a live issue because of the submissions that we've received. But, you know, again, they are the minority rather than the majority. So we'll play. I don't want to do too much work around it, but I think it's a live issue.
On that, I do think we need to get some feedback from councillors as well, because it seemed to be voiced quite a lot, but as it's a minority of submitters, that's got to be taken into account too.
Yeah, no.
Can I just check?
We
That's
will.
not a minority of
We're
submitters.
definitely doing that. We're doing that next Thursday. But all I was saying to staff was that it would be useful to bear that in mind in terms of a lens, you know, because all of these issues are relevant. People have made submissions on them. Yeah.
So the other thing as well that it would need to take into account is it depends which of those wards form that multi-member ward. So with those boundaries sitting within. So if you didn't have Spraydon and the other one that's next to it, Cashmere, or where those boundaries for those couple of maps are, it wouldn't be resolved that way. So Rapaki Road, again, request from submitters. During the last representation review, they saw the line on the map go down Rapaki Road. So what they asked was, because they felt that split their community, they've asked if both sides can be contained. So there is a way of doing that. And again, that's something that we can provide a map for to show where because it depends on the mesh blocks in that area as to where the exact line would fall on the map.
Those were the easy ones.
So, yes, as John said, so now we're going to move through some of the ones that will really require some thought, and what might also be useful, if possible, is to hear maybe some of the options around where the compromises could be for some of these. So the next slide, John. So this first one came through from a submitter.
Hang on just a minute, Pauline.
Just can we just clarify that terminology when you say people don't want their area split? If it's still contained within one community board, I would not see that as split. But if it's split between two boards, then I think that split is relevant. I just think it's probably worth thinking like that.
Yeah, but that's an issue for us to discuss.
Yeah, just because that word came up, I thought I'd clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this next one, requests from submitters around Brooklands and Spencerville, north of Bottle Lake, asking that they be included in the Burwood ward. So the feedback that we have here is that there's a large number of people in there. The Burwood ward doesn't have capacity because there's been a fair amount of growth in there. So what we would be looking for is direction when we get to the next stage around what we'd like to see with that. So Bexley, Breezes, Pages Road. So I think currently the initial proposal sees those move into the Linwood ward, or request that they stay in the Burwood ward. But again, it's that population is the real challenge in that area.
Kia ora. Look, sorry, there's sort of a double negative going on here, so I'm finding it difficult to figure out which way that's going. So when you read that first bullet point and then the recommendation, is that saying, what's the recommendation? Can you just explain to me what that recommendation is?
The recommendation says that the initial proposal is not amended, so that we don't agree with the submission.
Yeah, is not amended.
Yeah, that's the recommendation. We're not discussing that today.
No, I know, but to be clear, so you can cross out the bit to move the area of Bexley blah, blah, blah. That makes it clear.
A part of this process, which I can probably cover more at the end, the council will be required to accept and reject submissions as part of this process. So by saying that for some of these submissions, like this one that's asking for a change to the initial proposal, what you would be resolving is not to amend it, and in what area, and potentially why you would not amend it, and that'll be a process that we'll go through at the final stages with the final proposal. You'll have to essentially almost answer all of the submissions.
So can we explain that? We're having another discussion about this, but a bit more of a directions to you in
Correct.
terms of the work, the detailed work you have to do in developing those individual recommendations that we have to sign off on as a council in order to finish the legal side of our part of the process. And then on the 18th of June, Friday afternoon, we come together and make the decision on the representation review. It then gets published and it is over to people to appeal the decision if they're not happy with it.
Yeah, but this question is about that recommendation. So can you just explain to me, does that mean that Bexley, Breezes, Pages will stay in the Burwood ward? Is that what that's saying?
No, it says that it will stay in the Linwood ward as the initial proposal said. It will not shift into the Burwood ward.
It's just
So the
I
first-
think it's the language because
Yeah.
you're using keep as in
Yeah.
existing as opposed to keep as in proposal.
English is my second language, remember?
Yeah,
so
but
we'll
it's
just be clear about that.
Yeah,
for the
but
next
we'll be
meeting.
clear about that. But
Yeah.
these are the submissions. The submission that's come in is to request to keep the area in the Burwood ward rather than move it to the Linwood ward, which is what the proposal is.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, but we get what you
Yes.
get.
Thank
We'll
you.
be clear.
Right.
Yeah.
And don't forget, I was the Dux of North New Brighton Grammar College.
I know. And you know this area better than anyone, except for me who used to live there. Right. It got red zoned. Right. Sorry, carry on.
Okay. I might hand over to you for a little bit, John, if that's all right.
Yeah. Christopher has just admitted that he failed
Thanks for that,
English
John.
at school. And he is actually half French. Sorry, mate.
Regret handing over now.
This is
Merci
publicly
beaucoup.
live, isn't it? Yes.
It
Okay.
sure is.
Yeah. There's been requests to extend the Kashmir boundary to the north of Sydenham. The 5,000 people live in this area, so doing this would push the population of Kashmir to well over the city average, 27%. And look, it would be difficult, but just alluding to the fact that you may be required to give us a call on that. There's been a request to extend the Kashmir ward. They seem to like the Kashmir ward. To an area bounded by Fifield Terrace, Waltham Road, Bram Street and Ensors Road. Again, this is about 1,600 people. And again, if we did this with the last request for extension, the Kashmir would be 33% over the city average.
It's
Again, very difficult.
probably worth pointing out that you actually couldn't do that one without the previous one because the wards wouldn't be contiguous.
Yeah.
So they would have to be done together.
Yeah.
Being the same board area.
And they'd be in the same board area anyway. So a submitter's requested that council consider retaining the existing central ward boundary. In that the area bounded by Bram Street, Selwyn Street and Morehouse, would remain in central. Primarily as it aligns with parliamentary boundaries. It's possible to do this for a population point of view, but it would reduce the amount of room left for further growth in the central ward and would result in this area of Sydenham being in a different community board. They are based on the current board arrangements. So there's some pluses and minuses on that one. Brindwer, there's a request not to split Brindwer between two areas. The boundary remains unchanged since the previous representation review, so it has been in place for the last 10 years, so we're not actually proposing to do anything differently. The problem with this is that moving the boundary to Condell Avenue, not splitting Brindwer, would add an additional 2,330 people to the Fendleton ward, which would push it distinctly over the 10%, which would in turn impact significant changes on the surrounding wards. So we'd probably say don't do that, but it's something for you to consider. Guthrie's Road, I recall a submitter wanting to include Guthrie's Road in the Harewood ward. Again, 2,780 people going into the Harewood ward. This would be difficult. the current boundary is the main North Road, a significant arterial route, which again we probably wouldn't recommend, but it's open for consideration. Yeah.
So the next one now, university, the university campus. So you heard from submitters that came and spoke, as well as the submissions that we have, concern around it being split between the two wards. The challenge with this is that the campus is quite a large area, so being able to balance the population across that large area would present some challenges. I don't know if you've got any other comments there, Amy, but...
Not really, other than there are a lot of people in that area of town. There are a lot of households with high numbers of people, given that there's a lot of students in there, so it's not an easy one to balance.
Regarding the distance between this one is between the Bobby Street to the Avon Hill, how many people in that area?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to have a look.
Because not students are eligible to vote. It's not so many people.
Yeah, Sam.
I just wonder, and I don't need an answer now, but when you do come back, whether we could give some thought to whether we can look at getting the campus and even the surrounding streets into one ward. It's just going to be a real problem if we don't have the university, if they're having to deal with two community boards, because it will be two actual community boards as well.
It isn't a community board, a single community board issue.
It'll be HHR
and the issues are the same.
Yeah. Don't need an answer now, but if you could just...
No, we've got a note of that.
Cool, thank you.
So the Pier Street, Waimari, Rickton and Yaldhurst Roads, I think that's known as the Pier Street Triangle. This is one, there's a fair bit of information up there, obviously, but there is a way to achieve that with that. I might ask you, Amy, to spell it out because I'm terrible with roads.
It's a little bit convoluted, so essentially it takes a small piece to the northwest of the Riccarton ward and moves it into Fendleton. That Pier Street area can then come into Riccarton, but Fendleton is slightly over. So a piece of Fendleton over near St Albans then gets pushed to Innis, and then the Redwood Springs change balances Innis. So it's a flow-on effect across 4 different wards, but it can be done.
And I think the really good example of that is to show, even though there's a small number of people in there, that's the kind of knock-on effect that we have by making one small change. It affects the other wards, and trying to balance that with the other requests that are coming through as well is just some of the challenges that we're seeing.
Are these the only offset models that you've done, or have you done others?
That's the only one for this that I've done.
Okay. Mike?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I...
Yeah,
Right.
just on a similar question, because there was issues raised around the Hornby ward, which may have been able to accommodate it. So again, don't need an answer now, but...
Yeah. So we'll be looking for offsets in all of these tricky ones. Yeah, the tricky ones. Yeah. Good. Okay, carry on.
So Riccarton Racecourse and Hornby Central. So requests from a couple of submitters around this area. The real challenge that we're seeing in this area, the southwest of the city, is just the growth that's happened and the changes that are required compared to since the previous representation review, and the number of people that are in that area. It's a real challenge.
Our board recommended this.
So excuse me, I'm sorry, Helen, but you know, you're not participating in this part of the discussion.
Just
Thank
very
you.
frustrated with this.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I will have to ask you to leave if you are going to sit there and contribute to our discussion. Thank you.
By my understanding, community board, the examination, this area actually is 1,200 people. So you offset with the kind of triangle, in the church owner area, just match 1,200 people.
There's a few more
West
than
Coast.
that in there. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head the number, but it is slightly bigger than 1,200.
I guess rather than providing the exact numbers today, it's something that we can take that feedback away, rather than
I think you're getting the message that there's an indication that we are willing to make adjustments to the original proposal
Yes.
on the basis that we can agree an appropriate set of offsets where, where that's required. Yanni?
I'm just concerned that some of these requests are not, without the population, it's really hard to kind of go through it. So can we get something that shows us, I mean, I don't know whether there's a website or a technology that's available that you can kind of do it in real time, so you can move one thing in and then it shows you, we had it for the LTP a few years ago, which was actually quite helpful, where you could see the impact of making changes in real time. Because otherwise I think this is going to be a nightmare. Like, you're giving us these big population numbers, but I don't actually know what the mesh units are that
Yanni,
have been talked about.
we're just doing an initial briefing straight after the hearings have been held. So we'll gather people's questions at the afterwards, and that will enable us to be to consider the appropriate levels of direction that we need to.
It's just hard from the individual
I know this
slides
is
that you've
always going
presented.
to be hard. It's
No, can I just
straight
finish?
after the submissions have closed.
So if you go back to some of the earlier ones, and I didn't realise we were having questions on the individuals, but like some of the comments that you've used to justify your decision, your recommendation, does not reflect accurately the submissions that have been made, and I'm quite concerned about that because
Yanni, staff have received the submissions as we have. They've read them, they've listened to them, and they've put together some recommendations. They actually put together these recommendations, as you saw, prior to the hearings. We're the ones who will consider and give direction on the recommendations. So if staff could just carry on, I think this is an excellent presentation.
So the Broomfield areas
like
are
in Charleston. They said to go on a limit. So.
The Broomfield area is another one that you would have heard from submitters and speakers that presented in person as well. So there are a large number of people in the Broomfield area. I might hand to you, Amy, if you're happy just to talk a bit about this one.
So there's a lot of people up there. There's around 3,870 in that little square that's at the moment proposed to go to Herwood. There's almost a solution to bring it back, but not quite. Essentially, though, it's going to require some compromise elsewhere. So it's something to think about in terms of where does that compromise need to be and what are you prepared to change to accommodate that.
I think we'll need options to support this one because, it was a pretty powerful set of submissions right across the board.
Can I just check? If we had large wards, we'd get 7,500 for our plus or minus rather than the 2,500, wouldn't we?
Roughly, yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Same answer.
Jimmy, did you have a question?
The question is, I'm concerned the figure, because the staff, the figure, and also is the community board, the figure is different. They make submission regarding Broomfield area. I also ask community. It's 2,500 people, but in here it's 3,800 people. So I still would like to define which area and how many households, how many people. Otherwise, there's a bigger gap.
I believe that the community board submission was based on SA2s, which are bigger units than mesh blocks. We use mesh blocks to get very accurate numbers, so that's what I've used to get these, and I've picked the mesh blocks within that square. So it's only the piece of Broomfield that is affected that I've picked the mesh blocks for, and that is the number.
But Jimmy,
I've
asked staff to come back with a very clear...
clear figure. Yeah, we know.
No, not a clear figure. Clear offsets.
Okay.
So that we can consider keeping Broomfield and Hornby.
Yeah. Offset, and then the Wigan Sky shift to the Horsewell, then offset.
It's also worth pointing out that the numbers here are population estimates at June last year, so they will be a lot newer than some of the others used in submissions where they've used census figures.
Yeah.
We've got the most up-to-date we can, and that's what we're using for this process.
Okay. All right.
So Wigram's the next area, very similar to probably Broomfield. It's a large area that's had a lot of growth, and it's probably something that we'll need to do some work on, some options of what can be done there. I don't know if you've got any.
Not really.
Sorry, Amy.
Carry on.
To finally re-emphasise a point that possibly doesn't need it, the the southwest area, the issue that we're faced with is considerable growth in this area, and we need to accommodate it. It can't be accommodated without change. We welcome the offer of being able to present some offsets, but offsets will work to a point. Earlier in the piece, we presented an option to include Templeton and areas like that within Harewood as a wider offset. And look, very clearly and unanimously, we said, look, try not to do that. But in order to kind of manage expectations, we will certainly come back with offsets, but it will be challenging, I'm sure. So I'm saying that as much to set expectations with the team as anything else.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh, sorry. Just to clarify numbers in Wigram Skies, about 10,000 people in Wigram Skies?
6,000-ish, depending on where you put the boundaries.
Okay.
So there's about 10,000 in Wigram total, and more than half of that is in Wigram Skies.
Right.
Okay, Jimmy?
I'm still concerned the figure. My understanding, Wigram Sky is 1,800 households, so should be up to the 4,500 people. And also community board, particular Horseware Ward, the DP Mora, particular suggests, whether possible is regarding to the Balkan Run and Abatia South. Those ones shift to the Horseware, the other ones to Hornby. They will reduce the 700 people. They should be, it's possible, can be the, the offset. This one, we need to listen to them, this is my view.
I guess.
So, the demographics of Wigram Skies is quite important. There are a lot of families out there, which means that there are often bigger households. So our city average is 2.5 people per household, but that changes across the city depending on the demographics and who's living in those areas. So there are a lot of people out there, and it's still growing out there.
There's a lot of work to do. Jimmy, there's a lot of work to be done. So just carry on.
Yep.
So that's the end of the and we weren't lying when we said they're the more complicated ones that require a lot of thought.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want any questions at that point, or if you want me just to carry on with the.
I just like to finish the presentation, and then we can wrap this up.
These next few slides are just some general feedback, but they're kind of out of scope of what the representation review would look at, but obviously they're still issues that people have raised as part of this. So the first one, obviously, that's been talked about a lot is the single transferable vote. I don't know if you want to comment on that, or if you want me just to go through it, John.
Just go for it, Chris. You're doing a great job.
So with the submissions that came through and the hearings that have taken place, we quickly went and sought some legal advice on what can be done. It's written out in there. So technically, the Act would not allow Council to make a resolution now to hold a poll on STV in conjunction with the 2022 general election. But the advice that's come back that says there's no, it's a little bit contradictory, unfortunately. There's no sound reason why this limit should apply if the Council wishes to hold a poll in conjunction. And essentially, it's if you just decided to make that resolution, it is low risk. I'm hoping Joe will nod if I've got that kind of right. Yes. But one of the things that we would say is it's if this is something Council's interested in, it would require probably a separate report rather than dealing with it under the representation review. So we've sought that advice and provided it so that you've got it.
So essentially, we could do that, but you'd recommend a separate paper, separate from this process.
Definitely, yes.
But we would ask for that paper to be done in this process.
It could be something that you would include in the resolution. So because you'll be resolving for us to report back to the 18th of June, and you could also ask for a report to a separate council meeting to take care of that. Yeah. So again, the next couple of slides are just some of the feedback that to be honest, I was writing this as people were speaking. So I tried to pull out some of the bits that people said. So there was an acknowledgement that the time has passed to establish a Maori ward, but for council to consider Maori representatives on your committees of the whole. And another one that I picked up on was the ACRA or Banks Peninsula Rural Advisory Panel. So the final slides contain some of the next steps. So what we will be doing is obviously some more work, especially on what we've heard from some of the little themes today. But the intention is that this meeting will adjourn and resume on the 3rd of June. And we'll be seeking some resolutions that will provide the direction to form the final proposal, which, as the Mayor said, will come to a council meeting on the 18th of June. And following that, public notice will be given on the 25th, which will start a month-long appeals and objections process. So that's...
With that process, because there will be some issues that councillors will want to debate publicly, even though there isn't an appetite around the table for change by majority. So, and I'm thinking of, say, the issue of multi-member wards, or it might be configuration of wards. So they're really big, hairy issues that kind of impact on the whole. But if there isn't majority support for it, there may be an appeal that then puts it fair and square in front of the Local Government Commission, which means that councillors that support those particular views may want to have done some relatively in-depth stuff so that they can, so that when the Local Government Commission is looking at the appeal, that they are looking at all of the views that were expressed. So it's that sort of issue. You see what I mean? Like, I want us to be able to have a constructive debate. And my question is that the 3rd of June or the 10th of June? Because I'm suspecting that's the 3rd of June for those big debates. And then on the 10th of June, it's the overarching debate.
That's what I would advise would be best, to try and capture that all on the 3rd of June, have the debate, because once we've prepared the final proposal that will come to you on the 18th of June, that is the very end of the process. So
you can't amend it, is what I'm saying, on that date.
No, not really. There would be no time, because that week will be the time that it would take to write the public notice and to create the actual physical final proposal.
Okay, so that's clear to everyone. 3rd of June is the date for the debates on the representation review. The final proposal is adopted, hopefully by majority, on the 18th, right? 18th of June, and that's to meet the timetable. Jake.
So mechanically, how will that work in terms of changes that are made? Will it be a system kind of like the PowerPoint where it says staff recommendation is not to do XYZ thing, and we can swap that if we want, and we'll have the population numbers there as well to know the implication of that? But it's hard because we don't normally make decisions on drawings.
It is going to be hard. I asked the staff to do the presentation like this so that we could see the issues and that we could see them in advance of us debating the actual recommendations. I've picked up a couple of concerns about how, and so I'd really like to take that away with staff and work on the how. We've only got a week really to do that. But it will need to be a combination of words and maps, because people are going to have to be able to see when they move one block that there has to be a consequence somewhere else in some of the wards, but not others. So some of the recommendations are pretty straightforward and probably won't take much time, and others might have a little bit more in-depth behind. Does that make sense?
And just to clarify on that, there is going to need to be a considerable amount of time for officers to do work, because there's a lot of number crunching and map changing. So there needs to be some early direction on some fundamental stuff before we get into the map and change. So there will be, you can't leave it all to the last minute and expect to be able to be changing things on the day of the proposal, adopting the proposal, otherwise we just won't.
Yeah.
Anne.
Thank you. Just in terms of the discussion that, Jimmy and I and you had about the numbers and the different sort of understanding of numbers, would it be possible to have an award where we've got that kind of issue, just a little table that shows old Wigram, X number population? That would be really helpful, so that then we can see exactly what we're dealing with if we were to move things.
Yep.
Just, I mean, as long as it's not too difficult to do, but it would be helpful to see that.
Yes.
Because this is all about numbers.
It can be,
basically, it's all about numbers.
It can be done. What we will need to do that in some areas is some guidance around where those boundaries fall.
And
just because we don't have those official suburb boundaries that things fit into, if we can have roads that we want them along, then that's...
So specific questions would be helpful.
Specific
Okay,
questions
specific
are very
questions,
helpful.
The roads
Yep.
that between this and this road, how many people are there?
Yep.
How many people would be moved?
And we'll...
Yeah, so that would be helpful for you to have that. Yeah, okay, cool.
And just to touch on a point there as well. So it's not purely on population. I know a lot of the driver and the challenges comes with the population, but it is about balancing the community of interest with that as well. And that's where the challenge is as well.
Look, I'm that was a really good point, but I kind of missed it. But staff are saying that they would like councillors to provide the direct questions. If we moved to here, what would the numbers implications be? Can it be managed within scope? Would offsets be required? Yeah.
Really specific street, so working within the information that we've been given, rather than creating a new boundary, working within. Yeah.
Could I ask neighbouring councillors to think about working together on some of those questions? Because it would be really good. The local knowledge that you guys have is exceptional, so that would be good. What I'd like to do now is just, we're coming to the close of the meeting, but I would like to give the council staff a steer on the direction for the big picture stuff, so that we can, and it's just basically it's a hands up exercise. So I don't normally do this in a meeting unprepared, but I'm going to take a risk, and I'm going to start with what I think is an easy ones. Those that agree that we retain the isolated community of Banks Peninsula and the two subdivisions within that, 4 subdivisions, sorry, within that, I tried, within that ward. Can you please just put up your hand? This is a guidance. Eh?
Leanne, can I say something on that first?
Shall we perhaps adjourn for 10 minutes so people can think about it? Yeah.
But there's more than one indication you want, isn't there?
Yeah.
So put them all on, so we know what we're thinking about in the adjournment.
Okay.
Eh?
We don't look. It's just relatively. It's a quick round the table. It's a thing. I'm going to put my hand up to retain the Banks Peninsula ward as an isolated community.
I got.
One,
That means no.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Because the chair.
Leanne, can I say something on that, just to sort of quantify it?
So James wants to say something.
James, I'm sorry. Yes, okay.
Just briefly, I understand what you're doing, and I'm happy to provide that guidance. You know how I feel, and I probably just need to say it to be fair for my colleagues, that in a perfect world, there was a proposal, obviously, to significantly reduce the councillors, but that doesn't have flavour with the colleagues around the table. A large amount of submissions don't back that up. So I guess accepting the direction that we're going, can I just I just wanted to preface that by saying my preference is for a radically different system, but accepting that that's not going to happen, then I would support retaining Banks Peninsula as an isolated community.
Is this a debate?
Working with what we've got.
No, Look, I understand what James is doing. I wasn't going to move into this, but I seriously listened to staff and recognise that on the 3rd of June, we haven't got time to wait till then for these big picture issues. We need to give them a steer on where they're going with these big picture ones. So, yeah.
So if we're not going with the initial proposal I suggested, then yes, I would support this, accepting that we wouldn't
and
do
I
that
was
way.
accepting what you were saying because it was fair enough. I hadn't given notice that that was going to happen, and I did know that you would want to make that point.
Just
That's right. So I just want to be constructive with what we're doing now.
Just a really quick comment to help with that. The reason why that really high level direction is useful as well is if Banks Peninsula isn't retained as a community of interest, it changes everything in the city. And that means, so if that's decided at the last minute,
this is debate.
No. The advice that we've received from staff is that it changes everything. So we either are agreeing to change everything or we're proceeding. So I'm getting advice from councillors that they're a bit taken by surprise by this. So I'll adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and we'll reconvene at 4:10. there are only a couple of issues that we're going to, excuse me, grab your seats. Grab your seats. Right, so there's only a couple of issues that I just want to get a steer on, and they are the Banks Peninsula. Is it the number of wards and the number of community boards? So there's 16 councillors. You need the number of councillors? Do you need the number of councillors?
Number of elected members.
Number of elected members. So
Councillors, you're right, councillors.
yeah, so it's councillors. We're going to assume that the mayor stays elected at large. Can't change that.
It's legislation.
Legislation doesn't require us to make that decision. Right, so I'll ask you to put up your hands for Banks Peninsula to remain a separate ward with 4 subdivisions. That is, you've got a steer from the councillors that you can develop the plan on the basis that Banks Peninsula stands alone
We're not voting.
as an isolated community. No, we're just giving a steer on the big picture stuff that we will have community boards.
That means an
So
extension for
if
that.
people could put up their hands if they support us retaining community boards.
This is a good strategy.
Right.
Warm them up.
Okay.
Saying yes, yes, yes.
Now, do we need to do the number of wards? You don't need the number of wards?
Oh, make it 15, not 16.
No. Okay. So we leave it. So we'll leave it at that. But we now know that there are a number of issues that we need to decide next Thursday, which are the groupings. So that we're going to have to do some really serious thinking, and I'm going to suggest a little bit of workshopping amongst ourselves to think deeply about that, because changing them changes everything else. So, but it makes a difference in terms of what can be achieved. And no, nothing can be pushed into another council district. So I think that's all we'll do for today. Is that enough for you to be getting on with? And thank you very much. I think you've put so much effort into this, and you've done it in such a short space of time, given the nature of us having heard the final submission this morning. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done. Here. And now I'll officially adjourn the meeting until after the council meeting concludes on the 3rd of June.
I'm with you.
Send questions to whom? Office of the Chief Executive? Okay, thank you.